And okay, now I'm loading up the game. How's that coming across? Let me know about the balance between the audio and the video. I mean, not the audio and the video, the audio of the game and my voice. Sorry, I'm distracted. Okay, so I've played this. I had this up before, so that's why I just went straight to the dock here. So I'm gonna say new game here, and we're gonna start over. All right. I'm hearing a little loud. I don't know which one is loud. Is the game too loud, or is my voice too loud?
The moment I fell into the fissure, that the book would not be destroyed as I planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed, but I must admit that such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my Myst book are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, and so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, see, I wasn't... Oh, well, I just did it. Okay. I was not capturing the mouse cursor here. So, yeah, there was a problem. There was a problem with I had turned that off earlier. Okay. Now I figured it out. I think we're good to go. And we'll see if you guys like the new volume setting. How was that? Do you hear me now? I would think you should be able to hear me now. Hello? Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, so apparently in this version of the game, we start off arriving on the island with a menu interface. I'm not really sure how much I like that. But I'm gonna go with the free roam because that's just more fun in my opinion. And we get more instructions, go away. Okay, so here we are. Nobody has said whether they hear me or not. But I'm just gonna keep talking. Yeah, so here we are, stranded on the beach again, and I'm gonna have a hard time navigating if I use this method because the edge of my monitor's over there. Apparently you can look around right-clicking and holding, or you can just right-click and let go and it disappears and you can look around this way. Yeah, so I'm really curious about this game. I've wandered around a little bit, very little bit, just kind of on the surface of the island here, but I've never really explored it in great detail. It looks fantastic. I don't know what I think about the motion blur, but I guess it's, this game does not have the same. I gotta use my left hand to move around. Yeah, so most of this game I'm going to be seeing for the first time. Just right here on the surface, I do know a few things. So what do we want to do first? I guess I could just go through stuff, kind of like I did in the old Let's Play series. I mean, why not, I guess? I mean, I covered everything over there. Which I guess I went in here first, right? So I guess... oh, that looked weird. Hold on, I want to see that again. No... Okay. It looked like the reflection disappeared before it opened. I don't know about that. I actually haven't been in here yet, so let's see. Wow, I don't even remember what the floor looked like in the other version, but this looks very new to me. Are the colors just brighter in here, or what's going on? Yeah, it all looks so familiar, yet so new at the same time. Oh, okay. That water looks so real now, it's gonna have a hard time convincing me that's actually an imager. So that's the new imager state, is another form of water? That's gonna be kind of hard to... I don't know, if I was solving this for the first time... No, it's just... It just looks the same. What's going on? They doing this? Did they redesign this puzzle differently now? Water turbulent pool, 67. Okay. Does it just not turn off? Alright, let's see. Okay, now it's off. Whatever. Huh. Okay. That actually looks lower res than the last game. Probably isn't, but maybe it's just the white that's throwing me off. Huh. Okay. Whoa. It's like a What is... It's like a double switch up there? Hey, don't turn away from me. Okay. That went away really too fast. What's with the switch up there? Why are there two of them up there? Don't get away from me. Okay. I mean, I see that there's like an image and it's double above it, but the double on the switch was like stronger than the rest of the image that was duplicated. Okay, well, that was fun, I guess. I feel like the movement's actually a little more awkward in this version. Well, in RealMyst actually technically had a really awkward interface because, you know, it actually had what they called the dead zone. There was like this like rectangle of where the mouse could free roam in it, and like you'd bump against the side and that's how you turn. And of course in my series, or whenever I play RealMyst, I just turn that off so the mouse is always right in the center. But I don't know. And I get a comment, RealMyst masterpieces improved the game in all ways, including switches. Okay, well I just kind of said that the movement is kind of bothering me, at least at the moment, but I don't know, maybe it'll grow on me. I will say that even though RealMyst was 3D, it did not improve the realism of the game at all. In fact, it did actually kind of go backwards in quality to some degree. Oh, hey, we can go back here now. This is something I've always wanted to do. Well, I can in fly mode, but it doesn't count. We can actually... we can tuck ourselves and get smashed between these gears here. Now, another thing I'm interested in. Oh, I'm supposed to be flipping these switches as I look around, right? You actually click and drag. Okay, I guess that's better. For those of you that watched my fly mode videos, I always thought it was kind of funny how the tower back here was significantly smaller than the one you go in when you go through inside. I kind of suspect that this is not changed. It looks like it's still the small little hat on top of the mountain that it was before. It looks like it's all the same proportions. So yeah, if the tower was the same size as you actually experience when you go up there, then I imagine it would be a whole lot bigger here. Probably look kind of overbearing. I guess they just decided they got kind of pigeonholed into their, you know, they got their classic Myst box look, and they didn't want to stray from that. So now let's admire the architecture of the buildings. Oh, the library has that same... Look at that, how it snaps back and forth between the two different renderings of inside there. Ah, well. There's always going to be something. But the texture on the stone here, it actually looks like stone now, as opposed to just cardboard. Give me this. Oh, God. Okay. I did play in here a little bit. This was a long time ago. I mean, it was... God. I mean, this game came out a year ago. I got it very soon after it came out. So I don't really remember everything about it. I do remember one thing in here, though, that I thought was kind of unfortunate. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, I guess this is kind of giving us an effect of our eyes adjusting. That's interesting. I didn't notice that before. I like this. I also like the stars not completely just twinkling in and out, going all the way in and all the way out constantly. That just looked so cheesy. That was one of the main things I hated about RealMyst. And I said as much. I kind of hinted as much in the LP. How do I? Whoa! I like stood on the footrest. That was interesting. Okay. Oh, I have to drag this down. All right. Oh heck, let's do it again. I always put the day's date in, right? Let's do it. What is today? Nope. It's the 7th. And what year is it? Oh my goodness. It was almost 6 years ago I originally did the original Let's Play. Okay. I don't know what if this points to something in the sky up there. Oh, but there was that bug. I'll probably show it later. We'll be back in here. But yeah, it's not a bug. It's a feature, but it's a feature that I dislike. So, whatever. Yeah, you gotta lift this. Hold on. Just lift it halfway and see. Just kind of playing with this and I'm just watching the screen here and how it kind of jumps right there. I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, see, it's like we stand up on the footrest. Oh, someone's on aim. What? Nope, we're gonna skip this. It's a shiny spaceship. And what's always fun when you have these reflections is you never see yourself in the reflection. You can't, of course, because you're supposed to like put yourself in place of the stranger, but I don't know. Just becoming completely invisible, I don't know. So now we have a sound effect of me actually banging on the door. Alright, that's cool. And here's where the rhyme secret passage was. I assume still is, maybe? Is that in any way given away by the textures here? Well, no, that looks just as sort of artificial there. I don't know. Okay, so this still has the same sound effect on like the doors. All the shrubbery and do they have like natural wildlife running around? I mean, you got the birds and everything, but I don't know. Did they add anything else other than birds? The ladder has a brick texture. Yes, that's true. That's a problem, I think. Wait, this is the patched version. I got the patch, the one that came out this year. So I don't know why no one pointed that out until just right this minute. Oh yeah, how does this location work? I don't think it was. I think it's just the same as RealMyst. That's what RealMyst did, right? It wasn't like the whole, or did the whole panel change color as opposed to just the symbol? I don't remember all of a sudden. My memory is not always the best. Okay. Always liked all these shadows from the cages around the light bulbs. Now I'm also looking constantly for defects, like, oh, the door has a brick texture or whatever else could be there. But I guess you guys got me covered on that. Oh no, this is really interesting. It's like you got bulletproof glass on here or something. Either that or the generators are submerged underwater. That's a number. That's interesting. Hearing the sounds. Okay, so it finally actually turns off the generators when it sounds like there shouldn't be power. Okay. Yeah, they always had the generators running here, but it wouldn't get through, so I thought there would be some other kind of mechanism in between. I'm not an electrical engineer, so I'm not going to embarrass myself by pretending I know how all that works, but yeah. It just seems strange to me. For some reason, they completely redesigned the sign. It's really blurry. Why is that? I don't understand why this sign has to be as blurry as it is, but okay. Okay. God, is there some shrubbery here that is preventing me from passing through? Yes, apparently. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. There is a butterfly here. Where'd it go? There it is. Oh, it went right through the tree, right? Did you see that? That's... Whoa. And is it going to go through the tree again? Yep, it just went through the tree again. Come on, why don't they catch this? Another one just went through the tree. Why are they doing this? Why? How can you not notice the butterflies constantly going through the trees? Okay. Okay. See if they do. Oh, you can't get like pushed aside by the door anymore. Yeah, see, I briefly entertained the idea of wondering what it would be like to play my old commentary with a video of this game going on in the background, but the interface is just so different that it just doesn't. I can't do that. It doesn't. it's not gonna work. So, because the interface is so different, I can't be complaining about the RealMyst interface while something completely different is going on. I mean, it'd be insanely hard to try to sync it up and all that anyway. But it was a fun thought experiment until I noticed the difference was just too great. Oh, that's nice. I like this. You can just instantly crank the wheel to whatever setting you want. I don't know if I like this. That's something I'm going to also... But I'm going to complain about this part of the interface. If I click right in the middle, it backs out. I don't like that at all. If I'm looking for something to do here, I don't need it to constantly... Yeah, it needs to be when I click or move the mouse way out to the side, not here. Okay? What? Okay. Wait a minute. Wait. Let's see. I assume that if I get really close... Well, I can't get really close. It keeps me from getting close enough to the door to where I get bumped out of the way. Okay. Alright. I see it. I see how this goes. Okay, so in RealMyst I criticized how unrealistic the leaves looked. Let's see. I think the leaves look better in the other trees than this one. Maybe it's just because I'm closer to them. I don't know. It's also taking... A day apparently takes a lot longer in this version. I'm pretty sure that a day on RealMyst was 30 minutes for a full 24-hour cycle. So, and I've been on here for 30 minutes? No, it took me a while to get started. It was maybe 20 minutes, but the sun is still way up there, so... I'm looking forward to seeing what sunset, sunrise, and of course night look like. But so here we are at the clock tower. Oh, are these going to be the same thing? No, you can't. Of course not. What am I thinking? You can't just hold these and spin the wheels around. Okay, so... Gosh, the beach looks even more shallow here, right? I mean, what? I mean, you got rocks that head down all the way up to here. It's like you're still like ankle, maybe knee deep, all the way out to there. And by then, you could probably just jump. You could probably just jump and grab that ledge over there. Wow. This is even worse. They needed to make the clock tower like way far away or something. And then have sharks swimming back and forth or something, because this is now just silly. So I disagree with improved in every way. It's not literally every way. If they made the water even easier to cross than before. So, let's see. If I'm doing things in the order I did before, which I already screwed up because I never actually found the letter here. What is it? Can we read it from down here? We can. Actually, you can do this in RealMyst too, I remember. But in case you can't, here it is. And yeah, I'm not going to read it again. We all know how the game works now, right? Oh no. Oh! Wait. Can I stand on the door and drop? Yes! I'm glad they left that in there. Phew! Okay, so let's read the secret. Not read. Watch the secret message. What? I didn't erase it or anything, right? Oh, it's just the
Catherine,
same.
my love, I have to leave quickly.
This is
Something
the same as it
terrible
was
has
before,
happened.
right? This is not a
It's
new
hard for me to
thing.
believe. Most of my books have been destroyed. Catherine is one of our sons. I suspect agony, but I shouldn't leap to conclusions. I'll find him and Sirius as well.
It actually would be funny if somehow the camera was wrong and somehow he ended up upside down. It wouldn't be like
Well, I've removed
super
the
funny
remaining
because you could just walk to the other side,
and
but
placed them in places of protection. You shouldn't have to use the books until I return. But if you forgot,
whenever it has that bug where if you walk out on the recording too early, then it. Wait a minute. No, they kill it. They kill the recording early, actually. Okay, that's kind of cheap, I guess. In RealMyst, I think there were actually like 2 bugs because one, you would hear the imager turn off. Like I went out there and wandered around like 30 minutes and came back, and you just heard like the sound of it shutting off. And then the second bug was that the music was killed. There was you don't get music if you, or maybe that one was if you ended the recording early. I think, like if you push the button to turn it off. I don't know. Both bugs are present in the old LP. You can see.
I have to leave quickly. Something terrible has happened.
Oh, here you can't even shut them up. All right.
My books have been destroyed.
Yeah. So then again, I can't go in there and say, anyway, shut up, and then just press the button. And yeah, I'm running. I'm tired of this passage. It's giving me a headache. Okay. That's a really big sun, isn't it? It's like, it's supposed to be like half a degree, right? Like if you, I think the rule is that like if you hold out your arm and like your pinky nail should be able to just cover it, right? Isn't that the rule? It's something like that. I mean, okay, it's a different planet or something, but then I just feel like we'd be burning alive here. Okay. Let's see, what are people saying? I always assumed the channelwood tree was a fake tree. Water is still lava, of course. Nothing is as silly as that part in Urkana with the stone that you need to move. I don't know what that last one is at all, so it must be a game I didn't play. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. It already says tower rotation. I guess that makes it easier for the player. Oh, and they turn off that noise, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. Let's just keep doing everything the order we've been doing it, right? Or the order we were doing it before. Because it's fun. I guess you can kind of see... I'm looking at the floor pattern here, and I guess that could be... whatever that secret thing that pops out of the floor to reveal the rhyme book, but that just seems smaller. I thought that it would be this level that would pop out, but I don't know. I haven't actually looked at it yet. I don't know. Maybe it is the other one that pops out. Yeah, I kind of have a feeling. Oh wow. What? I can't even put this back? Drop page. Hey, does this have a drop page in the menu? It goes back to the classic Myst interface instead of showing the page down here. What? Oh, there we go. At least I can do that. What if you're in the pixel right in the middle? Nope, can't do this. I don't hear the linking sound. To drop red page, pick up blue page. But what if there are, what if you don't want a blue page either? Or you could also pick up another red page, right? Does that work? I don't know. Have I ever tried that in my life? Tried to drop a red page by picking up another red page? And yeah, we've seen this before. Who are you? We know how this goes. So that's the red book now? Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Huh. It's not even red or pink, it's just like, I don't know. It's colorless.
Serious?
No, it's not serious. Wrong number. Oh, now I can barely hear it. And I hear it only on the left side. What was that? Looked like I saw another arrow right there on the screen. Did anyone else see that? Okay. Do I not have... Is there a setting that I don't have turned on or something in here? Because, like, what is it? The anti-aliasing or whatever it is. I feel like that's causing some squiggles to show up here that shouldn't be here. Oh, hey, Buddha Master. I remember you. We've talked about stuff before. I don't remember what. But I remember you. Okay. I don't know. Maybe actually let's look in here. What is this page? Oh. Settings. It looks like everything is on and super high and everything. Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of distracting to me looking at those bars though. Whatever. Let's go upstairs. We are now in a gold elevator. Hey, do we still have to close the door? Yes, we do. Okay. Shorter than I was last time. Anyone else feel really short in here? Oh, it's even worse. You now have to open the door. Before you could at least... alright. Oh wow, it's dark in here. Huh. Maybe turn interactive guides off. You know what? I'm gonna leave the interactive guides on just to see what they are. I'm curious what they are, even if I don't need them. The heck? Oh no, did something screw up? Is this the normal thing? I can't look out the window here. Does anyone else have this problem? Whoa, I just like jumped down the ladder. I like that. Okay, well we can't look out the window. now. See, I know what the codes are, so why am I even going up here? I don't know, just to see what they look like. They're, the RealMyst and Myst plaques, as I recall, looked pretty much identical. This one looks kind of different, I guess. What is this pixel array right here? I don't know. Shady, what version of Myst is this? Oh look, now it looks like I can look out there. Yeah, RealMyst got patched. Yes, this is the, I don't know, like, this says that it was last updated January 27, which was the day that the patch came out. That was supposed to fix all this. Well, okay, I guess we'll have to look out the window from back here, because I can look out there from here. Whoops. But I can't from... But I can't when I actually step up there. I don't know, this is, I got this off Steam, and it says it automatically updates the game, so it's supposed to be the latest version. So, I don't know. I don't know what it could possibly be. Oh wow, it's solid stone. So now we've got a sunset going on over there. I'm curious to see what it looks like as the sun goes down. So I guess we can just hang around Myst Island for a while. Before going off to, I guess, the mechanical first. Even this late in the game, they still did not try to randomly generate the codes. It seems like it wouldn't be that... It wouldn't be impossible to have randomly generating codes in this game. I guess they just got stuck in a rut and decided this was classic to just keep the old codes. Yeah, actually, that is not very deep at all. All the way across. What were they thinking? I mean, they intentionally put in all the dirt right under the clock tower, so they know that it's... I can't stand it. I just can't stand it. No. Whoa. That's odd. Step in here and it gets darker. Is it like my own shadow just like covering up, or myself covering up the doorway, making a shadow? I don't know, it's weird. Close the door. Now I can't even close the door if I wanted to. Fine. You don't need to swim. You can wade across now because it's 2 or 3 feet deep. Like you would have to, I don't know, you'd have to lie down voluntarily and then not stand up again. Anyway, got red carpet all over the gears. Oh. Huh, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to actually reset this because I've just been playing with the gears. Just looking at the new mechanism here. I actually like this. I like it moving slower now because now it might be harder to notice the fact that you can hold it and it'll move just the middle one. Plus, you get fewer moves now with the counterweight here. So, I mean, in RealMyst, it actually made a difference if you did this, or you actually just kind of tapped it down. You just kind of did that, and it would barely move at all if you pulled it down and dragged it back and let go quickly. Okay, so I'm supposed to do this. It's off the screen now. Okay. Can't get over there to look at it. Let's try to look inside the model. I guess if there was a way to fly in here, maybe I could do it, but which there is a way to do it, actually, I've heard. I'd have to look into it. I would definitely not do a whole long series like I'm doing with RealMyst because I just don't want to do it twice. But yeah, this is, I don't know what I think about this. They obviously never watched my video series on this because they still have the ceiling here. I do like the improvement to the puzzle mechanism. I'm looking at the horizon over there. Just one second. I'm just looking at how it kind of disappears above the water line, I guess. I don't know if somebody can justify that as realistic or something. I don't know. So yeah, I can tell that the, ooh, what is that? Just a little branch that fell off, I guess. I don't know. So distracting, the library changing. What do I want to do now? Because it would take a long time for night to kick in here, right? I kind of want to move on to the next age. Oh, I don't think I turned this off on the other one. Let's go do that while we watch the sunset. That's way above the horizon. No, it's not. I guess it's just a little bit. Ta-da! So what's going to happen here as the sun disappears over the horizon? How quickly does the sky change? Because if it quickly dissolves into night, that would actually be kind of cool to see. Okay, starting to see a couple of stars coming out. They're doing a little twinkly business, which is okay, I guess. It was just horrible in RealMyst. It was just, they were just constantly going all the way in, all the way out, and it was just come on, guys. You know stars don't do that. I found it fascinating that RealMyst masterpiece indeed looks very, very detailed and awesome while still somehow not managing to overcome the feeling of artificial. I will agree with this comment. Yeah, I don't have anything more to say about that. It is both more real and more fake. Well, I don't know, it's not more fake. I do like the foamy water here. Well, it actually, one thing about it is it does actually have lighting effects. RealMyst there was no lighting on it at all. It was just textures just placed everywhere, and that was basically it. I mean, they had to. I actually remember when RealMyst first came out, because even for those days, it was impossible for anyone to run their game at all. So it's not like they could add shadows to it or anything. Okay, another comment. Arrows indicator above the markers. They are trying to make Myst mainstream. Maybe so. Of course, Myst was mainstream back in the day, but you can turn that off. Somebody was saying that you can. I think. Let's see. What was the? No, no. Interactive guides. There it is. So now. There we go. Oh, maybe we should just go ahead and leave them off then. That actually was kind of annoying. We don't need interactive guides. We're smarter than the average people. Still waiting for night. Oh, we can't walk around this way? Pretty sure you can walk this way in RealMyst. Oh, they put this big hill in our way. So we can't do it. We can just stand like right at this point. For some reason, they give us this spot. Can't go toward the water, can't go toward the hill, can't really go anywhere except back this way. Well, Myst set records for sales for a while, right? It was up in whatever millions, and I mean, you know, obviously it's been beaten many times now, but I mean, it held that record for a good 7, 8 years, something like that. It was The Sims that ultimately beat it. But yeah, it was. Myst had, ooh, got my flashlight out now. I saw that in there. So we can still read the message from down here. Well, kind of gets kind of shiny. Anyway, Myst had the most copies sold for a while, and Riven was if I remember right, it was the fastest game to reach 1 million sold. That's what I remember. Of course, at the time. So let's see. Let's check out the flashlight. Let's see how this flashlight thing works. So, yeah, I like that. It is the part of the ship that reflects directly at us that's gonna show up the brightest. So how far does it reach? Because obviously you can't like shine it on the stars. I don't know, that looks pretty realistic to me. And it stops about right there. Because I guess there's no real point on the ship that's directly facing us. Oh wow, look at this. There's like a light in the clock tower now. I like that. That was not there before, right? I don't think I don't think there was the one in RealMyst. And here I am shining my flashlight on the moon. Wait a minute. Is my flashlight even on? It is. Okay. I mean, obviously shining at the moon is unrealistic, so. But I thought maybe, like, they decided there was enough light in here to where I didn't need my flashlight on anymore. But you can turn it off, right? You can turn off your flashlight if you want. And here again? No, it wouldn't be here. No, here. There it is. Yeah. So now we can wander around in the dark. Ooh. Actually, I do want to wander around in the dark. Come on. I'm running into things now. Now that's realistic. I have a better monitor now. When I was complaining, oh wow, I actually can barely see that, but I had an old monitor and the settings were stupid, and I was all like, you can't see anything here. When, I mean, I can look back on my old videos when I say, oh, this video is too dark to see anything, and I can totally see everything that's going on. It's, yeah, that's entertaining to me. Alright, so I like this. This does look good right here. RealMyst looks pretty cheesy in comparison to this. So does the moon move, or do they just park the moon right there in that one spot the whole time? It looks like that's what they're doing. That does disappoint me. The sun moves across the sky, but not the moon. Okay. Unless I'm just not patient enough. Alright. Let's go to another age and let's see what we can find there. Oh look, there's a back half to the fortress. I wonder if they keep the back half of the fortress when we actually go there. What? You don't go under the large gear? Come on. I am disappointed. You have to go under the large gear there. That was the whole reason why they put that gear there in the first place, right? Was so that you can fly under it in this flyby. Oh well. Whatever, let's go. Oh, is it still night? It's night everywhere? Oh, wow. That's different than before, right? They didn't coordinate all the daytime and nighttime settings for all the different ages. I am lost. I don't remember being able to go down here before. Oh man. Okay. Can I crouch? Can I crouch and crawl into there? No. Okay. Huh. This is obnoxious. What? Why? You got like a double gear with... Does that have any mechanical use to have two gears like welded together, if I'm seeing that right, and have the teeth like in opposite positions. That makes no sense to me. Okay, so I can't look at the water right now. I'm curious what the water looks like, but... Can I go up there? Ooh, I can go up here. That's what I wanted to do. Kind of looks like... I don't know, kind of looks like tar or something. Let's see what it looks like when the light comes back on. Yeah, so it would be really interesting to know what newcomers to Myst would think about this if they arrive on an age like this and they got to start solving puzzles and they can't see anything yet, right? Because, you know, when I arrive here, I look over there and I say, oh, look, there's another island over there that I can't get to. But, I mean, like, it's, you know, if I'm not looking there, I might just be, you know, I might get, like, all caught up looking at this, and maybe my monitor setting is dark and I don't even notice that over there. I don't know. It completely changes your thinking, I would figure. All right, let's come back out here when it's light. Okay, in here I don't think I need this, right? Ooh. This has a very different feel to it. I'm used to the green walls. This has a much more ominous feeling, which maybe that's good, you know, and in the way I just kind of waltzed through the game in my Let's Play series, I was just kind of like, oh, isn't this fun? Isn't this, wee, this is silly. And like, that's completely not the feeling Myst is supposed to have. It's supposed to be all like deep, dark, and mysterious and... What? Turn them all on at once. There we go. I assume everyone's still here. No one's really making a conversation over there, but I assume it looks like I'm still online, so I'll just keep going. The walls stand out a lot more than they used to. I guess because all like the corrosion, I guess. It was like green paint and it's all just kind of worn down, I guess. Because when I look at this, before I would look at just the painting. That's all I would see. Now I just look at the walls. Right? And it's like, oh yeah, I guess there's this painting. I wonder if there's something behind it. And that's it. I'm curious to wander on the actual ship here when we get to it. Oh, we're gonna have to check out Bob. See what the... That's still... If they still have that in there. They probably do. If I were making this game, this remake, I would add in add back in whatever the original intention for this was. Maybe it's like an Easter egg or something, but somehow get this thing open. Whoops. It's not holding the sound throughout. Okay, so I'm being told that we can actually see the ship from outside. I'm gonna wait until daylight to look for that. Let's go. Oh wow, you actually use the arrow keys when you get really close to the door. That's interesting. Okay. I like these pillars in here. They're definitely doing a better job creating the feel for this than originally. There we go. So they splotched this up a little bit more, made it more scribbly handwriting. I approve of this change as well. Oh no, they closed the door on me. I don't really know anything else to really talk about in here, though, other than the movement change. I guess we'll just sit here and wait till sunrise, and everybody leaves, right? Okay, I guess this looks about what I would expect it to, given what I saw in the front. What's with these vents? Or, I don't know, is that supposed to be like some kind of... It's a gear coat of arms? What is it supposed to be? I guess a flashlight would be useful in here, especially if you were a first-time player looking for a secret passage back there. You know what? I'm starting to see. I mean, I guess it's kind of been like this the whole time, but for some reason it seems more exaggerated in these hallways. But the movement, I don't know if it's just the motion blur, or if it's or if it really is a lag. But it seems like my computer's having a harder time with this or something. And I have a fairly new graphics card, so it shouldn't be that difficult on it. It goes quick. It goes just quick enough to where I'm not sure if this is a problem or not. But I can definitely try to turn change the graphic settings a little bit. But I wouldn't know. Let me play with this for a second. If I just turn this to high. Do I have to hit OK or something? Didn't really seem to change anything. See, I don't know if it's just that motion blur that's getting to me. You know what? I'm gonna go all the way low. Yeah. Let's see what low looks like. Hey, look, it's RealMyst. What? That is a little smoother. Actually, I'm having a harder time turning. Interestingly, it's like the mouse got less sensitive or something. Now that I gotta turn the mouse actually a lot more in order to turn here. I don't know, it's not really measurably better actually. Huh, okay. Might as well crank it back up, I guess, unless you guys are like, no, that's way better to keep the quality low. Oh, it went back to medium. I like that. Unless was I drunk? I don't remember setting it to medium. It's just, yeah, I like that. It's, no, you will not have it on low quality. We refuse to let you do this to yourself. Oh, they still won't let me back here? Oh, they do let me back here. How about this? Yeah, originally they put these big pipes right up at, not eye level, but, you know, stomach level. So you couldn't... Oh, that's even better. We can climb up on the gear. I like this freedom to explore. Don't even need fly mode anymore. Unless you want to go through the walls, but, I mean, that has limited usage. Come on. So it's funny is I actually remember a little spot upstairs in RealMyst where you could trip on. It was like only the light on the left side. I will be up there in a minute. So I'll talk about it then. Oh, it doesn't do the thing where... Wow, that's far better behaved than ever before. No. There's only one speed. Dang it. There's only one speed. And I don't know, that actually comes across to me as less realistic because of how choppy that motion is. Okay. People are telling me that the high setting is fine, so. Yes, people in the comments agree with what I just said. Sorry, I did not actually look at the comments, or not the comments, the chat in a while. And it looks the same. That, I don't remember what that looked like. Oh, you can't like undo that. Well, I guess that's unrealistic to have this work like a mouse button where you can drag your mouse off and won't count. Once you push the button, you push the button, right? Let's do this. Well, that was interesting. Now I'm really tall. I'm way taller than I was in the Myst Island elevator. Why is it this dark in here? So you can only have on or off. It's not like an auto thing, or What is that? Ah, it's too bright right there. Okay. In RealMyst, this was the only light that you could trip on. Oh, here you can just jump right over it. But the others were just like you just pass right through. Okay, gears that actually look like gears now. That looks blank. I don't approve of this. The space behind the gears just looks like they didn't put anything there, as opposed to putting, you know, steel plates. Okay, I'm gonna turn this back off. Do you have to go in the menu? Is there a keyboard shortcut for the flashlight? There probably is. Like F? Yes, F. Just occurred to me. I'm supposed to get out of here, right? I like that. I like the transparent elevator door. Oh, now you can walk back here. You're supposed to now. Huh. Oh. Okay, so... Oh, that doesn't move them. Okay. I think this sets like how fast they rotate, right? Oh goodness, I have no idea what that did. What is wrong with you? Go! It still won't rotate. What happened to the sound? Okay. I don't even know which way I want to rotate this. That's east is fine. East is the bigger island with the spiral staircase. I mean, I've memorized the code. It's 2851. Which I assume they haven't changed anything, so it's probably still 2851. No, wait, we haven't been over here. Yes, we have not been in here yet. Okay, so in here you can just, they basically can just make the room sparse and, yeah. What is that? Oh, I guess it's something projecting off the device here? Come on. Doesn't really look like it's projecting right now. It looks like it's off. There's a red light up here. What is that now? Drive my cat crazy. It's driving me crazy. You gotta go catch it. I don't understand. Alright, so let's go in here. Why will it not turn off? Something has gone terribly wrong. There we go. For some reason, my mouse was stuck. It wouldn't go back into the panning mode. Oh god, I'm sure this is gonna be frightening. Okay, I gotta look at this. Expecting some high-pitched strings. Huh. Here you can tell it's just the head. Before I thought that they like had stuffed the whole body. It was like a decapitated body, but they had just stuffed the head in backwards. But I guess not, it's just the head. Okay. No. Doing red pages, right? That's less. There's like 3 sparks coming out of there. I mean, okay, not 3, like 10, but... Huh. The flash in RealMyst was more dramatic, I think. It was too dramatic because it was like the whole room lit up instead of just the cage. But I don't know. I don't really get the sense that it's a severe shock. I mean, this was smoking before. And looking at the butcher knife, I don't know. It's kind of blocky looking. Looks like a polygonic game again. Alright. Let's look at this. Let's see if they change this at all. I like that they're retaining the old model of the fortress. It's like the way the original one looked. Okay. Actually, maybe I could learn something from here, because the control didn't quite make sense to me. Yeah, it's like an even speed now. See, this bothers me, because before you could tell, like, when the gears sped up and then slowed down. And also, hold on. Doing this, it's not moving it. And then when I move this back... Wow, that is right on the line. Which way is it going to go? It should head back, I think. What? It's not even moving back. Okay. This feels buggy to me. Well, finally, it's going on the actual marker there. See, when this is let go, this should swoop over here. Looks like it will as long as I grab onto this. Okay, so if I just let go of this, it just stops. And then as soon as I grab this, let me just not even move it. Okay, if I move it a little bit. Whatever. I give up. I am confused. That does not work as well. It does not work the same as the other games, for sure. But in my opinion, it's buggy. It's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Did I wait the whole day and it's night again? crap. Have I just wasted so much time in there that it actually, we played a whole day? I want to see what this place looks like in the day. It can't have been the whole day, right? Because day took a really, really long time on Myst Island. What about the snake jack-in-the-box? Oh, I guess we gotta go back and do that. We'll do that later. We'll do that later. Okay. Remind me again. And we'll go back and do it when we go back inside. Yeah, no, we don't have to do that. I can press F for flashlight. Yep, those are the same symbols as before. It's, what is it, the pizza over the mountains and half a moon? Oh no, I'm getting a... Hang on a second. I gotta... My remote mouse is running out of batteries here. Let me plug it in. Okay. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Should be able to hear me. We looked at that, right? Yeah, okay. So my remote mouse is now going to get caught on the charging cord and destroy the whole point of having a remote mouse. Fantastic. Oh. Can see a half moon, which is interesting, but they don't know anything about astronomy, so immediately I think, oh, that means that the sun is over there, but for all I know, the sun's going to rise like right out of here because, you know, they already showed they don't know astronomy because of the way the moon was static before. Okay, so yeah, here's our snake jack-in-the-box. Oh, wow. I didn't even wind it up. Yeek. Oh, what was that? What was that? I can't even tell really. I mean, I know what it is, so. But yeah, that goes, that goes so quickly that if I didn't know what it was, then I still wouldn't know what it was. Yes, I'm being told about the ship in the daytime, but I can't see daytime. I don't know, is it stuck or what? Because it's been night forever out there. Okay, let's rotate this again. Oh, that was weird. Hold on, I'm gonna play with that a little bit. Wait a minute. Flashlight is still on, okay. I'm like carrying a flash. Dang it, I keep messing up the controls. So if I have the flashlight on, then I'm holding the flashlight while pulling the handle. Eek. Stop doing that weird thing with the sound. Okay, it's north. Yeah, I thought of that. I don't know. I would hope that real time would apply to everything and not just Myst Island, and then time is determined by Myst Island and freezes on everything else. It's too late for me to jump to that conclusion. I kind of doubt that that's really what goes on. Oh yeah, what I was going to look at here was, let's see, what was I going to look at? Okay, so I'm going to look at this. I'm sorry, I'm just going to experiment with stuff right now. Okay, so I'm going to look at this with the flashlight off. See there's the reflection on the doors? Yeah, the reflection on the elevator door was not nearly as severe, so... Okay. But it just looked kind of weird that... Well, even with the flashlight off, it was... It just, I don't know, the reflections moving with the... You'd think the reflections would be in the same place, right? Because the light is shining on the glass the same way. I don't know. I wouldn't think the reflection would move with the door. When I do that, it doesn't feel like I actually hit the button, but apparently I did. Okay. Let's go exploring! Like that. Okay, so this is the plain and boring island. The 2-8 on it. Okay, so apparently if we look way off in the distance, we can see the... Wait, no, it's not that side. It's this side, right? The east. That's east. So it should be off this direction somewhere. I can't see anything. It almost looks like there's something right there, but... I mean, it wouldn't be it. No, that's just waves. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything out there. I mean, it should be... I mean, the fortress faces north. I hope that they didn't get their directions confused and put it out here somewhere. Because, yeah, you face the fortress to the north, and then the ship is to the east. Alright, so let's... I guess we can go ahead and see what that looks like from here, at least, right? What? Is it a different direction this time? Did they change it? It's blank. There is no Bob. Bob is a myth, a fairy tale. I do not appreciate this. I feel like going back to Myst Island now that we have the code, right? Because I totally didn't know the code before. And then just coming back later when it's daytime, because this is really getting on my nerves. Actually, let's hang out in here. I want to see what our half elevator looks like here. Our half elevator, our half floor. So you can't see through here at all. There were these weird looking symbols up and down here before. Which really distracted me when I was first solving the game many years ago. I thought those were important somehow. So maybe it's good that they took them out. So that would be west, right? You know what? Let's waste time with it facing west. Why not? Maybe that's where the friggin' ship is now. I don't know. Let's just play around until we figure this out. And it's still dark. Oh, there he is! What is this? They changed it! So, okay, I guess, I mean, alright. That's probably better to have it face this direction, because otherwise there's no reason to turn the fortress to the west. But, okay, alright, so, let's think about this now. So that was just to my right. And go in the water. Okay, so it's back there somewhere. Oh, I am looking, but I can't see anything. Flashlight's not gonna help. Flashlight only goes so far. Nope, can't see it. But whatever. We'll go during the daytime. And we'll see if we can find it. Okay. No idea, because we don't have the indication of the slowing gears. That sound. The gear sound playing over and over again, making that buzz. Okay, so there really hasn't been any passage of time on this island whatsoever. That's terrible! Imagine if I was trying to solve this game and this happened to me. And I couldn't... And I thought that I had to solve everything in the dark. I mean, even if the stuff you need isn't obscured by the dark, if I'm playing in the dark, I'm looking in all the shrubbery and thinking, oh god, there's something in here I can't see, right? So it's going to affect gameplay even if the right stuff is not directly affected. Okay, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Why did I turn back this way? Why did they... Okay. I don't understand. So I guess that bulb, that light bulb, is technically the same size the whole time? on, that could have been done better. At least they kept the steel blue in here. Oh, I have a question. I'm gonna go into the settings here. Switch this back to classic Myst. Haha, you can look at the ceiling. Oh, they're not showing the pointing to the ceiling, but they will let you strain your neck. Why do I have to spin in order to face the ceiling? I don't understand that. Okay, so turn this back off, or whatever. This. Free roam. Alright, so let's give him the page. Returned. I actually have most of this stuff memorized, but
Thank you for bringing me back.
I'm kind of embarrassed about that. I've seen this so many times.
You must
continue to help me.
My
My name is Sirius. This is trivial to memorize this because it's, you know, he barely says anything. But I beg you to find the remaining web pages.
You must.
I don't even know what he says there. Whatever, we're done. For now. Okay, so now that the sun is rising over there, okay, I guess we'll go back to the mechanical age now. Why not? And see if the sun is rising over there as well. I guess that's a good excuse to getting both pages, right? Which I kind of want to do anyway. Which I don't need to do when I'm just exploring the ages, just to see. Why not? I really, really, really hope this isn't a bug. Isn't that sad that that'd be your first instinct? Oh, it's a bug. It shouldn't be like this. This game is buggy. Once you get a reputation for being buggy, you really can't shake that reputation. I mean, the fortress rotation, that was terrible. It's never been like that. Well, actually, wasn't the original Myst masterpiece? Didn't that have the worst tower rotation because there was like one orientation you couldn't even get to at all? Also, I have not gotten a new chat message in a very long time. Somebody post something in it. To make sure, because I was having a problem when I first started this recording, seeing updates in the chat. No, yeah. If I don't see anything in the chat in the next couple minutes, I'm gonna assume that I have been bumped out of the chat room. It is really awkward being the only one in chat. Yes, okay. I would agree with that statement. Lonely together. So it's day here again. So with the sun rising here, I'm immediately thinking, okay, that means this must be sun. There must be a sun in the mechanical age. Let's go before it sets again. I don't know. Oh well. Let's Let's do the next stage. Let's just go on and forget about it. And we'll go back again some other time. Oh, I blew the power out, didn't I? I forgot about that. Yes. This is the easiest pattern to remember, just that little L shape. Or backwards L. I assume you knew it was backwards. Okay. I guess we can see we can climb our brick ladders here. Let's look at this more closely here. That is funny. Yeah, I like that sound. I hope you only need one. Oh, wait a second. No. I want to experiment with this. Let's go back in here. I'm gonna turn this back on. And I'm going to weaken this. I remember it was like, I think it was the original Myst. I don't know, I'd never played much of Myst Masterpiece. But RealMyst doesn't do this. But if you have like some of the power going through, then this like attempts to open but then doesn't or something. It goes like that. Oh, it doesn't. It just makes the one noise. Oh well. Okay, so let's turn this off. Should be able to get in here. There we go. Does it close? It does not close. Okay. I don't know. Oh wow, you get the whole okay. I don't know, I've kind of lost my perfect pitch is actually struggling lately, so I hope that's right. Okay, that's right. I have to think about it more. I've discovered a few months ago that my perfect pitch has been slipping and it's not as sharp as it once was. Okay. Let's see, what is it? 4:52. I am going to actually need to take like a 5-minute break here. So if you'll excuse me, I guess I'll just leave this fly Hello? Hello? Sorry, I turned my mic off. Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Hello, hello? Can you hear me? Are people there? I'm ready to go once again. Just a quick bathroom break and refilling the water cup, which will refill the bathroom in a couple hours. Where is my mouse? There it is. Okay, I still don't see any responses in the chat here. That's okay, I'll trust that you're there. You, wallflowers don't like to draw attention to yourselves. Okay, that's true to every other version. Now this is very interesting. Wow, okay. So this is... Okay, I immediately like this much better than I've ever seen Selenitic before. I also already like it better than Mechanical because I can actually see out here. Maybe I should reserve judgment on Mechanical if there's ever daytime in it. But yeah, it's not just all misty and... Stop giggling. You know what I'm talking about. You're not... You can't see very far because it's just, yeah, all the fog. Chat delay is a thing. Yes. I've determined that there's something like a 20 to 30 second delay between when I say things and when you get them on the stream. But I still need some kind of assurance, I suppose, that it didn't get dropped or anything. Yeah, this is very interesting to me, what I'm looking at right here, because in the past, or in RealMyst, we'd stop, I guess, basically where this grass ends right here. And what would happen is, I mean, I looked at this and I figured that, I don't know, something to do with, I figured that, you know, you look at the parched earth right here and it's, I figured that was why the your character would not step on it, but here we're just walking right across it just fine. Until here, for some reason. I don't know. It's interesting. But now I'm looking at the sun more, and it also seems to be static, I guess. I mean, it looks like it's intended to be static. Like it's, yeah, like that's where they want it to be. We're going to have a line of clouds and have the sun peak just above it, right? Kind of like in Myst 3, right, where you got the sun on Idana, and it was like, oh, we want the sun right here in this exact spot so it can shine through the, you know, this particular puzzle at this particular angle 24/7, and which of course there's no such thing as 7 anymore, because the sun never moves anywhere. Here's our flat leaf plains. I can look at it head on. Well, as close as I can, I guess. Oh, there, the horizontal one disappeared. Almost. There. See, you can't even see it at all. And there it is again. Okay. It's kind of interesting looking at the water here. I mean, you always have that cop out with Myst. You can always say, well, the properties of this element are different here than everywhere else. But still, I mean, I'm thinking about like on Myst Island how we saw the all that foam up on the beach. Here we're not seeing any of that at all. It's a very smooth surface here, the water contour here. It's more like a jello. Can I get over here? They're making me look like that is somewhere I want to be. I guess not. I can understand it. I don't remember ever being able to get over there before. Well, I've never really... I don't even know if I've tried to get over there in RealMyst. But yeah, it looks like a couple paths we could wander along over there. Nope. This is actually a little passage in RealMyst too. You can step right here. There's like a little hill here that you can't get to, but there's this little triangle here. It's like watery lava. Interesting. I'll have to compare that to the way it looks in RealMyst, because here they're giving it more of that, that 3D look, so I guess they kind of took water and colored it. Whereas, in RealMyst they just have this 2D plane of something, but, once you get that 2D plane you can color it however you want, so I'll have to go back and look at that. Which I guess would be the subject of my next fly mode video, but I haven't started working on that yet. Now, this is interesting. This looks like a light here, which if that's a light, then I would figure that becomes useful in the dark, but the sun hasn't moved an inch since we've arrived here. So I don't know if there's real time on any of these ages, or if they just get stuck in one place. Ooh, it's all coming out of my right speaker there. It's supposed to, it just threw me off. Well, the broken clock has a functioning light in it now. See, I'm looking at... Is it just that one hand now that just tries to move to the next thing and doesn't? Because I was actually looking at the Selenitic, the clock in RealMyst the other day, and it actually had an hour hand. I think it was the hour hand that moved. One of the hands would move and the other would not. One of them was like struggling to move, and the other one was just kind of occasionally moving around the face. I don't know. So it's fine. It's supposed to be broken. I don't care. I'm just saying it's different. Yeah, because this light... Just looking at the reflections and the shadows. Yeah, this shadow and this reflection are calculated off of this. Okay. So these monuments have really undergone a number of changes, haven't they? Because they were originally pink rocks, and then they were these really these clear-looking crystals. Now they're more rocky-looking. They don't have that sound effect. I missed that sound effect of swapping the pages. Yep, I'm convinced this age has no real time to it. I don't think it's a bug. Actually, in case you never noticed, my LP of RealMyst had a bug in it. The real time stopped on Myst Island halfway through. If you go back and look at it, you'll see that it was somewhere in the middle there, like when I was looking for the selenitic age, looking for the stoneship age, looking for channelwood. On all those videos, you'll see that the clouds aren't moving. Like on the you know, when normally in RealMyst, the clouds will, you know, they'll float like across the sky slowly, and you'll notice in those 3 sections the clouds aren't moving at all. Maybe the ones in selenitic they're still moving, but later they lock up. The clouds freeze, and you won't see it because it's straight overhead, but the sun's like right there, and it's just like stuck, and it doesn't, and there's no more real time anymore. And so it wasn't until like the end of the game when I went to the Rime Age that I actually created a new game and just reset that, and it came back. Whoa, crap. I like that. Oh, you can't go that way? Alright. Whoa. Oh no! Oh no, a bug! Oh look, a bug! I found a bug! I can stand on here and then peek through the pipe here. I get too much of a kick out of this. Look at me. Okay. Is it reproducible though? Am I supposed to be able to stand up there? It looks like it, yeah. I'm probably not the first. I would think I'm not the first one to notice that. Okay. They're like, yeah, you're supposed to be able to stand up here, and everybody just looks down, and they never looked up. What? What did I just do? This can't be intended. I'm like hanging from this noose. All right. I just wish I could I could fall. They would make me fall. I almost feel like going through this unintended area would suddenly make me put me on the other side of all the clipping, and I'd fall through the water or something, which Oh, actually, I don't want to do that if I can avoid it. At least not without saving it. I should probably save my game. What do? I drag this here? Okay. Yes. Okay. I don't want to hit a bug to the point where the game is not recoverable. Because we've made so much progress and I would have no idea how to get back here. Okay, well, that was interesting. Can I... Alright. Let's go down. Here. I remember in RealMyst trying to look up and down the well here and being unable to see all the way out, all the way through. So this is nice. I know I can turn on the lights, but... Oh god, right in my face. Just because the lights are off doesn't mean they're black, right? That doesn't... I would have written up a bug. So there's like 4 in a pack here. So they run right through my face, kind of like the butterflies through the trees? Yeah, I think they do. They go right through my face. Well, it looks like the chat is actually working. Okay, I'm gonna stop right here. Stop playing with the bats for a while. I'm gonna read on the... Okay. I was wondering if there was a problem with the chat. That's funny that they've never fixed it. I remember there being an issue like 2 years ago, and we actually, when I was streaming stuff, we actually, I don't know, I had this thing, someone gave me this thing to set up to where we'd actually carry the chat in a different chat room from Twitch. And it would be like, there would be like this one web page where the chat would be alongside, this chat from this other website would be set alongside the Twitch player, because the Twitch chat was so buggy. Yeah, there's only... but no. Okay, so yeah. I'm Krazaz, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your name, but yes, I was getting your chats, but I was also getting Actually, I don't see that person here anymore. I don't remember their name. I was getting one other person, and occasionally one from Buddha Master. But yes. It's good to see that there's a lot more chat action going on now than I was getting 5 minutes ago. So, I guess occasionally everybody just refresh the page or something. I don't know if that will even put you back in, but... I don't remember which one I said first. Did I say crazes? Is that what it is? Long A's? Do I want to turn this off? I mean on? I never turned it on. Hold on. I'm really confused here. Something just happened here where the lights came on. Did anyone see that? The light came on, and yet it was still dark in the room. It was just like these 2 little lights came on, just the little bulbs, and that was it. Like that. What is happening? I don't know. I don't know how this works. Splux, yes, I did see a couple of your comments. I did see a couple. I'm looking at the clock face here. It looks like some pixels are kind of flashing, whatever. I really like the way this looks right now. I think this looks fantastic. But at the same time, I also would like to see what it looks like in broad daylight and sunset and at night. But whatever. Let's see. Ooh. Let's see what this looks like now. They didn't actually change the look of the control here. You know what? I don't think I turned this one on, did I? No, it's this way. I wonder if they kept the degree coordinates the same. They probably did. Yep, I left it off. No! I will have no idea what the code is if I don't turn it on. Actually, that could have been multiple ones. I've not really been paying attention to how I've been playing here. So there could have been multiple microphones I left off. I'm so OCD. Not really. I have very, very mild cases, I suppose. But I know people that have it much more severe, so I should not pretend that I have such hardships. Oh, I had it exact. Did I have that exactly right? Wow. Okay. Cool. Looks like I had this off as well. No, wait. This is the wrong thing. Oh, I don't think that's what it was before. It just doesn't look familiar to me. Okay, so how many of these did I actually in fact turn on? It doesn't seem to be pointing at it. It looks off. It looks like I need to go to the right. Looks like the middle is right there. Looks like it's, I mean, yeah, it should be like, I can't point with this page. Looks like it's, whatever. So this is the top camera, right? La-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da. No, that's the other one. I can't even see what I'm doing here. There we go. Okay, so I turn these on. Ah, no, 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 no! Oh, that's annoying. you're off by 1 pixel, and they back you up and close the door on your fingers. Okay. Nope. This way. See, I remember in RealMyst, if it was off by just like 1/10 of a degree, there would be a significant difference in the sound. Like this would sound fuzzy, and this would sound perfect. I suppose that's not realistic, but there's something I want to. I don't know. Remember this. We'll talk about it later because. Yeah, that reminds me of something later in the game that I remember noticing. Was that the same? I think that was the same as before, right? I'm just gonna run one more time. So it's this, 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 and then this. Yes, okay. What am I doing? I need to use my left hand. I like that blue light there. Best Myst age was Idana, I'm sure Shady agrees. No, it was Amateria. I said that as much in my commentary series. Well, I didn't say the best. I said my favorite, which... We generally think of those as synonymous, but I think of the best as being some objective thing, which is not realistic, right? I guess the best would be like a consensus. I don't know. Whereas my favorite is just one opinion. I don't know. They're the same order as before. You know you've played too many times when you know exactly where in the slider these are supposed to be. Actually, how often do you guys actually look this direction in this passage? I can't see what I'm doing. There we go. It's really weird. If you've never done it before, try going that direction. Try going this direction in the Maze Runner passage, or not the Maze Runner itself, but because you'll realize that you may have never even looked at. I mean, like in the original Myst, you know, you may have never looked at the screenshots that face that direction, because you just go that one way and then you just move on. So here's the pufferfish, which looks more like a pufferfish than any other version of the game that I've seen. Any version of the game I've seen so far. How many more remakes of this game they're going to make? I mean, I assume with every upgraded form of virtual reality, they're going to be like, oh, we got to redo Myst again, right? So there's going to be a day in like 20 years where you're going to put on some goggles and you're going to actually feel like you're walking around Myst Island. I suppose I'd be down for that. Okay, so now that we're gonna be... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I can't walk up to the chair. I gotta click on it to move in front of it? Okay. I jumped over the back like an athletic person. These refuse to even budge. Okay. There needs to be a down button for that. Okay, so now I can try to catch up in the chat here while the submarine's going. No, it's not what it was called. You guys are probably giving me a whole bunch of spoilers on future Myst games. I still have not played Myst 4. I still have not done it. I've just been too busy. Oh, I like this. I feel unstable. I don't like the sound playing on every turn, though. That's ridiculous. Because we have this. If we have that, we don't need... Yeah. But I do like this. I feel like it's going to break and we're going to fall 500 meters to our death. Don't play Myst 4. Interesting. I've never heard somebody say that. I've heard a lot of people say that about Myst 5. But oh, I want to get out and walk around. I mean, you're within inches of your death here, because yeah, it looks like. Can we go? They won't let us. You can't even like push the door and be denied access to the outside. That's I don't know about that. I actually dislike that. Because I like the feeling that I'm doing, I'm reacting to the situation as I would. Like if I was a person, I might think I'm going to step outside right now on those skinny, shaky rails and look around some. Right, I would totally do that, so I need to be able to stand up. I need to get out of my chair. I'm gonna assume this is exactly the same maze as before. Yeah, I don't like that sound going off every single time. It's like it feels like it has to remind me constantly. This is... Whoa. I only heard a piece of that audio file. So I'm just reading up on the chat here, and we're all talking about all of the different games all at once, it appears. Mainly Myst 4, and a little bit of Myst 3, and none of Myst. Which is okay. I mean, you guys... Whoops, what was I doing? Which you guys can talk about whatever you want to talk about. I'm just seeing what's going on in here. Yes, everyone's played Myst a billion times. Yes, I will concede this point. That's exactly why I'm playing this game the way I am. I'm not really solving the puzzles or pretending to solve the puzzles or anything. I'm just walking through this, you know, because I mean, I'm seeing how it looks, but, you know, it's something I've done many times before. Just had a different look and feel. Okay, so it should be northeast, north, southeast, I think, are the remaining arms. Yeah, let's see. What is it? Northwest, north, east, east, south, south, west, southwest, west, northwest, northeast, north, southeast. I think those are the directions. Now, have I played through this too many times? I guess you be the judge. Ooh. This is not a coal mine anymore. Now will it let me stand up? Okay. I guess that's how it works. Oh, sorry, that's my... That was my mouse cable doing that. Okay. Oh, it's... Yeah, I think it started playing back here in the other version, right? I commented in the RealMyst LP how I thought it was strange how this was the only place that had music. I don't know why I said that. It makes perfect sense this would be the only place with music, because the rest of the time you're paying attention to the sounds. You don't need distracting music playing over it. Oh look, we don't have the dual surface textures or whatever they're called that swap back and forth when I look around here. Are we ready to go back? No. I've had a change of heart. How often do you go back this way in this passage? This is actually a pretty plain vanilla passage, though. I don't know. It looks different. It has a different effect when you're playing the screenshot Myst. Because then you're seeing new screenshots you didn't see before, and it's, oh wow, I didn't think there would be that, even though of course it was there. Alright. I just read a funny comment. Wait, why is Justin Bieber in my comment section? Or not comments, but in the chat. I keep calling him that. Oh yeah, I have another red page. You have returned. I like this. Additional page. The way he says page, it's funny. Free from my prison on this forgotten island of Myst. Okay, so it's almost sunset over here now. So I'm going to go back to the mechanical age and see if we can finally get some sunlight over there. Or if we're stuck in forever darkness, just like my LP had forever sunshine on Myst Island. It's probably night. Ooh! Wait. There's the light now. Where's the sun? I remember that in RealMyst there was no sun. Is it? They still not put a sun in this game? It's just this general glow that hits the atmosphere. I don't see a sun. Okay, so. Oh, jeez. If the. God dang it. If the pirate is on the. I mean, it's when the tower is facing to the west, right? Now in this version, which is different than before. That means that the actual pirate ship would be in the north, and then the fortress is blocking that view. I read on the forum specifically that mechanical installation has no day cycle. Okay, that wasn't me. I'm reading a comment. What is happening here? Thank you. I'm reading a comment here about somebody saying there's... What? Not about... Yeah, whatever. I can't talk right now. Let's see. I'm not seeing the daytime changing while I'm out here. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Now we can see it. Yeah. I can zoom in right there. This little guy right here. Wish I could zoom in on that, but I can't. So, but yeah, that's it. That's the ship. That's good. I like it. And from that angle, I'm starting to wonder if maybe we could have seen that from the south side. Oh, don't forget the blue page. We always need an excuse to revisit an age. Do I have any excuse at all to revisit the Atlantic age? I don't think I do, and that takes too long to go through, so I'm going to skip it, actually. Right? No, maybe I should. I don't know. I'll think about it. If somebody has an excuse for me to go back to Atlantic, I will. I see nothing. You guys didn't see it? I'll go out there again. Maybe the video quality can't pick it up, but I do see a very faint outline of a ship. Okay. It's right here. Right above the page, right in this little thing. There's Yeah, the base of the ship. And the mast is right above there. I probably would not have noticed this had I not been looking for it. Also, if you have a monitor like mine, look at it from underneath. Like, look up at your monitor, and you're more likely to see it. You have to at least try to catch the gauge at night. I will. Do you know that there is night there, or are you joking with me? Because that's the first thing I'm thinking. I would absolutely do it, but it looked to me like it was designed not to have any night. Dead Killer, I see your comment. I'm trying to move and read the comments, and I'm smashing into the walls. I don't care. I'm trying to read the chat. Actually, that's kind of a fun thing to do here. You can watch me. I look drunk as I blindly stumble around the Myst stages while I'm trying to read the chat over on the side here. Lunatic absolutely had night in RealMyst. It was extremely dark for me and I couldn't see. No idea. Oh, I went too far. No, I didn't. Wait, which one is that? That's west, not east. Never mind. I thought that was east. It was west. I did indeed hear that they brought back, or not brought back, but brought night to Channelwood for the first time. Yeah, the game is choppier in here than anywhere else in the game I've observed thus far. Maybe they're inefficiently rendering every single one of these little marks on the steel panels. I have no idea. That was a joke. But who knows? I feel particularly tall in this room. And let's look at the faulty lighting again. Sorry. My blue page looks white.
He returned.
You wouldn't return.
Aided,
Blue page is
rescue me.
trusting me. I like that. That gives it away. Nope, not trusting you. Oh yeah, this is still facing this. Oh, right on to the next one. That was a bit haphazard. Okay, so I don't feel like going in there right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and let's move on to the next stage. Okay, yes, let's go do this thing. This is what I've mentioned this a couple times, but what I've found in my brief walk around on Myst Island before I started the stream, I found a couple things I thought were, or no, I found this one thing I thought was strange. I mentioned it when I was in here before. Hey, did it reset? Thinking here, have I stopped playing since this? Why did it forget what I put the slider on? I'm really confused. Did I not put this on the current day? I don't know. But what I was gonna say was, if you put this on, okay, let's do one of the dates. Which, yes, see, I've memorized everything. I know all this. Played this way too many times. Okay, so you do this. That's nice, right? But if I'm off by 1 minute, what should happen? Well, obviously the stars are generally in that same place, right? But what is happening? Why is this going on? Would the stars really like that 1 minute before, right? If I go to 10:02 or 10:01, doesn't matter. See, it's barely moving. Look at that. See, it's just barely sliding. Well, I don't know what it's doing now. What is happening? A minute difference should barely move the stars, and this is what you would expect, right? That's what you'd expect, right? And then you get it to this other thing, and it suddenly jumps all the way across the galaxy. And then you go back, let's see, 10:05. What does 10:05 do? That's the same as 10:03, right? In fact, let's see if it just slides right past it. Oh, look at that. This upsets me. You know why? Because this is only unique to this version of the game. Only this version of the game does this. RealMyst, I don't think RealMyst does this. The original Myst certainly didn't do this. They would actually, the correct pattern, when the correct pattern shows here, it just moves slightly around it for the times around it, which is the way it should be. Oh well. What are we talking about in the chat room? Nobody's listening to me. Which is okay. I'm just curious what you guys are talking about. We're talking about channelwood and bongo drums. Where are these bongo drums? I missed it. I'm actually curious about these bongo drums now. Oh well, I don't know what the bongo drums are about because I can't scroll. If I switch over to the chat window to scroll up, then my then the game's gonna quit, or not quit, but it's gonna like minimize, and you won't have anything to look at here. At least they fixed the bird noise in Channelwood. Okay, so that tells me that... But I hope by that you mean it's quieter. What just happened? Why? Why am I am among the stars? Look at this. What just happened? I jumped up on the... Okay. Can I walk along this? Get back up there. No! Get back up there. Jump. Okay. I like how many stars I get to see below where I'm standing, even this close to the ground. There's still, like, there's still one right there. So from right here, I mean, I can tell even just the way they're moving now that they're really close to me, I guess. But yeah. Okay. So that's just normal. It had nothing to do with like the way I exited the seat the first time. I can just run right up the chair every time. Okay. This is great. Save it. Apparently I don't have to. I don't know. I can just keep going up here. I can always. You can probably do this on your version. But yeah, it's probably a good idea to save it. Just, you know. Just to do it anyway. Okay, so I guess now we'll lift the ship, which I'm sure you all know what the code is. Actually, let's hit the leaf last. Or you want to do the double? Maybe we get a better double view over there, so let's do the leaf first. Okay, they're not synchronized. I think they were synchronized before. Not that that's a good thing. In fact, it's probably a bad thing, considering how much more ground the actual ship has to cover. Well, I mean, I'm certainly not against playing around on the ship, but I also can't really see the ship. What are we talking about here? The code is Skullbat Spider. What? Oh, wait, that's a different game. I know what you're talking about. Why are we? When did we start talking about that game? Or you just said that out of nowhere, didn't you? I thought you were giving like your password to your account or something. We still have the magically operating ceiling fan once again after being underwater for however long. Whoa. The automatic flashlight. I did not turn that on. But I did turn it off. Oh my, I was warned about this. I heard that stone ship is really dark. I guess this one doesn't have, a day-night cycle either. I guess we're just gonna be in the dark all the time. Whoa, I heard that. I heard some extra music sound. If you use classic movement, the ladder in the lighthouse is broken. The one up to the upper floor, you mean? I assume? Oh, a red umbrella now. What's going on? It's just so daring. Whoa, why do I have to grind my face into the buttons here? What was that for? I can see them just fine back here. I will concur with Buddha Master here. Actually, Stone Ship has always been my favorite age, except for when I was actually solving the game. That was the one time it was not my favorite age, because it was the one age that I struggled with to figure out. But since then, you know, it's been many years, I don't care anymore. Going down the ladder, okay. It's now a gold key, and we still won't take it. Well, actually, you can't take that one. But the other one, we're not going to take either. I'm going to try it, though. Interesting. I guess it kind of looks like it's been wet in here, huh? Also, what is that? Oh, we actually have an explanation now of where the water went? I don't remember that being there before. I kind of want the flashlight off when I look out the window, and on when I look in the cabin. So that's, can we get both effects at the same time, please? Like, see right there, I don't know. Distracts me. Is that same jellyfish? Or is that, I don't know, it's, the image is so warped. I can't tell if it's some other creature. This is kind of... This kind of ruins the effect here. Because now I can look around and see if there's something here. Like before it was... I was thinking, I can't, you know, I can't see in here, so I probably shouldn't... I should probably wait till I can... Oh my goodness, what? Okay, so that's the new indicator that you can't do anything here. Yeah, so the illogic of this system is even more broken down, that somehow the lights turn on the table book morph. Okay, everything actually looks like it's in the rain. In RealMyst, everything was, it was constantly raining here, but it didn't look like anything was actually wet. Let's zoom in and zoom out. I don't know what that ritual is for. Wait, is that the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. Oh, it's like a Swedish flag, or which one is it? That, well, it's not gonna be diagonal. Can't look at it from the other side. Oh well. Or no, it's the light. Dang it, it's the light effect on it. I was like, oh, the white flag with a blue cross on it. Isn't that Sweden? It's one of those. I just showed how uneducated I am if I got that wrong. Greece? Oh no, Sweden is blue with the yellow, right? Swedish isn't it blue and yellow? Dang it, I don't know. I don't care for nationalism. They're just patterns on a cloth to me. Okay, so you see this again. I don't know, the flashlight kind of ruins the puzzles in Stone Ship. It doesn't really fit here. Now you can open that up. And this is the thing that frustrated me. When I was, you know, a 12-year-old kid solving these puzzles. First time, yeah, I thought Greece had a more involved pattern. But, anyway. It was this secret passage right here that I could not find when I was playing when I was 12 years old. That was the one puzzle in the game that it just drove me absolutely nuts. And I just ran up and down the passages all day. And then I accidentally clicked on it during my, you know, click, 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 click going down the passage. And there it was, and I beat the game that day. You know, this is a very isolated room here, but it's and obviously, you know, everything in this game is going to be sharper than the previous one, but to me it's less obvious in this particular room than other places. Like, I don't look at this and say, whoa, this is just like, this is blowing my mind, this masterpiece version. I mean, it doesn't actually even look that much different than RealMyst to me. Come on, let's jump on the bed. If we can jump on the planetarium seat, we should be able to jump up here. What is that sticking out of the globe? Okay. No. The black ship's flag. Ah! What's with the arrow? It's so distracting. I don't know what was that there before, or was it just like a darker color and I didn't notice it? What? Why'd I have to stand so far back? And it's still just as magic as ever. That one will stay open. Okay? I like drawers that stay open. I suppose that is all to do in here. I do like this softer color. I don't even remember what it was off the top of my head in RealMyst, but or any other version of Myst, but I like this, whatever this color is here. It's very fitting. I feel like this room is a lot busier, or like you walk in here and you think, oh, there's a lot to do here, and you get in here and there's not really anything. So I don't know. So I feel like it's time to go, but I feel like I haven't done anything in here. I mean, it's kind of sad. It's like, oh, you know, however much time, you know, however many people spend working on a room, and then he's just like, oh, you go in here for, you know, 4 minutes or less, and you're like, eh, well, we're done. Yeah, everything actually looks wet. Once again, they got a good wood finish on the ships to be able to resist it. I see in the chat, why did Cirrus and Achenar need a bedroom on every age? You know, I always thought it was kind of funny too. If you read really any of the journals where they talk about how they always go to an age and they always settle down there, and they'll, I forget which age it is, but in one of them, Atris is like, oh, I'm gonna go back to Myst Island because I miss Catherine or something like that. And it was just funny because it's like, oh, you just stayed there for months or something when you could have linked back at any time. You could have just slept in your own bed. Like, it was very strange to me how it was like, you know, yeah, you travel a long distance to a parallel universe or whatever, but come on, if the travel time is just like 10 seconds, why do you have to build another bedroom? I guess it's for the immersion. I don't get it. Not paying attention to what I'm doing. I did this wrong. Went back to the first one. I need to go to the third one. I'm too busy thinking about viewer questions. I am running in the rain across a plank, which I don't know. Yeah, it'd probably be slippery. Everything's slippery in the rain. Oh! I'm gonna try the thing. Let's see here. Let's go back here. I'm gonna turn on classic Myst. Oh my gosh, it's just constant thunder. Oh yeah. Okay, so man, this is weird. Okay. I assume the oh, that's actually more natural to be back here. Okay. I assume that the nodes are in the same places as they were before, or I don't remember this many nodes on the plank, so maybe not. It's just a similar movement feature. Okay, so you look down. Oh, here we go. Hey, it looks like it works. Kind of want to... This is a very interesting movement here. Not even... Kind of has its own weird, strange appeal to it. Even though I remember there being this node, I think this is true to the original. There was this node right here, coming just a couple down the steps. But then if you turned, it would go back up to the higher node. Yeah, I think that's the way it worked before. I'm going back to free roam though. Come on. I don't like that. It's not going above the lip. You see, our standards go up. When graphics go up, our standards go up, right? And we don't like this anymore. You can't have the water stop there when it's got to go over the lip to get to the drain. Okay. And I'm sure I've apologized for my rants against the floating chest enough times already, but I don't know how I feel about it. It's just kind of weird to assume. Why am I getting caught on the stairs? Why can't I just walk upstairs? You have to assume the chest is empty and also vacuum packed in order to float. Right? You think it'd either refill with water or there's, you know, treasure in it, so it's not gonna just float. I just realized I never went to Akinar's room, did I? Wow, I know, not paying attention to what I'm doing. Well, we'll go in there later. We're solving this puzzle now. What if you could flip the switch while it's up here? I wish you could, and you just, yeah, and refill it with water and fall. Actually, what I really want to do is hook the key in there, and then flip the switch, so that the you get a hole in the boat, basically. Oh, look at my hand. That looks strange. Oh, there's another bug here. And the bug I'm talking about, you would finish cranking the battery pack and trying to get down, we would end up doing a 360 ladder stall. When you try to leave, it would throw you back up to the second floor. Oh, it's a different... Okay. Sorry, it's a completely different bug. Okay, so we'll look at that. I feel like dropping the key. Ha! See, I don't like the fact the key ends up here. It should like, either the chest should be dangling, hanging by the key right here, or it should rip the key off the plank and they both go tumbling to the bottom here. Come here. All right, I'm gonna drop the key once again because there's gonna be another dropping the key down the well sound effect here. Let's go. Why am I getting hung up on the staircase? Alright, let's hear it clang down the stairwell. What? It's silent? There's no excuse about it not about it hitting all the way. Like you can't hear it because it goes to the bottom of the well. That's not an excuse. Because it's supposed to hit the stairs on the way down. Wait a minute. Why am I going over here? Just go down and get the key again. That's such a habit. I don't remember the last time I I don't remember the last time I actually dropped the key. But I know that in earlier versions you would hear the key hit the stairs on the way down. Oh, see you later, Retro Gamer. He's probably already gone now. Whoa, I'm gonna drop the key down the well again. And I did, didn't I? I'm reading comments and not paying attention to what I'm doing. I am just completely spaced out. Alright, I could listen to the Stone Ship ambient sounds for hours. Yes, you could. You absolutely could. Because it just might take me that long to pay attention to what I'm doing here. Come on. Come on. Alright. Oh, that's a bug! That's a bug! That's a bug! Did you hear that? It sounded like it hit the water! We found a bug! We found a bug! Okay, so I'm gonna do this again. Let's do this. Classic. That's interesting. Whoa. What? Okay, well, it doesn't seem to be an issue now. Okay. Wait. You have to do this first? How many times do you... How many times do I have to try this? Okay, so I have to do this first? And doing that would... So now when I do this... Is this a problem? I'm gonna have to wait for the chat delay to catch up here. Okay, so now you should be seeing it. Is that what we're looking for? Do I have to do it again? Oh, nice. We have someone on the beta team looking for bugs. Nice. Okay, so we could report one. Or wait, well, there was that one earlier with the light bulb, I guess, in the Salinity cave, right? Try again? That's it? That's all you got for me? Okay, well this is gonna be uploaded to YouTube later too. Hopefully, unless I screw up the recording somehow. What are you talking about? Try to leave. How far do I have to leave? Yeah, there was another, there was a bug. I don't remember. Something got, there was a synchronization issue. It was like I flipped the light switch to the Salinity cave on, and then like the lights didn't, or the light bulbs came on, but the passage didn't light up. And then I flipped it down, and it was like the light bulbs went off, but then the passage lit up. It was something weird like that. So something got out of sync there for a little bit. I'm going to turn the free roam back on because yeah, I charged up the battery, right? Okay, so this doesn't have the old RealMyst bug where the battery meter would show through the ceiling. Not that I expected that, but I still think about it. That's actually how I would check it. I would, you don't need to go up, if you don't have to go the ladder to check the, Oh no! There's a bug! Wow, okay. Something happened. Oh my goodness. What is going on? Oh, did I switch back? Okay. There's there's a spot in there somewhere. I don't want to touch it. Okay. Hold on. I'm traumatized now. At least it has a quick recovery thing, so that's nice. So you don't just fall to oblivion. Which way am I going? Which way should I go? I guess I'll go in here now. Go to Akinar's room? Yeah, let's look at the telescope. I haven't even looked at the telescope yet. Do it again? Okay, I don't know. I'll try. What did I do? I somehow mashed on the clipping over here. I don't know what I did. There was something here. We'll have the video footage later. But somehow I don't know where it was. But I somehow leapt over that rock. I don't know where it was. I'd rather not see it again. Otherwise I would do it again. Sure. I'm talking to Crazes. Or Crazes? Crazaz? I don't know. Oh yeah, you just remembered another one. My flashlight has no influence. Everything's too far away. Oh, I like that. Interesting. Okay. I like that warping effect. Is it 135? Yeah. There it is. Ta-da! The last attempt. Okay. Krazaz? Krazaz? Dang it. I never remember what order I try things, so, you know. Alright, so I haven't been to Akinar's room yet, so let's go ahead and knock that out. Huh. Anything is fine. Hello, Warkenna. Oh. It's kind of hard to see the mask either way. It's realistic lighting, though. I mean, it's what I would expect to see. Looking at the big light on the floor, though. Why is there a big light? Oh, is it that? Okay. Oh, there's an Easter egg in here? Oh yeah, I'm not gonna find any Easter egg on my own. I would need help. So it depends on whether you guys want to see it or not. Click on all the things. If I just click on all the things, eventually I'll find it. You'll get bored with me clicking on like every pixel in the room. Crap. What did I just do? Why? What is happening there? Why do I face this way when I click on the edge of the bed here? Is there something I'm supposed to be doing here? Okay, I don't understand why. See, that makes me think like that was something I was supposed to click on because, but why would? Okay, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna find anything secret, so you guys decide whether you wanted me to know what it is or not. reading comments here. Okay. So apparently you're supposed to like click on these in some order. Yeah. That would be if that is it. I mean, I never know if you guys are just making stuff up, but yeah, if I'm supposed to click these in an order, I'm never going to randomly get them right. So which one is the secret? Here it is. Whoops. What? You can't leave it in the middle? That's the way I want it to look. Alright, I've done this. I assume from the top. Okay, I have no idea what's gonna happen here. Oh no, did I do it wrong? I think I did it wrong. Is this one of those things where like you got one chance and then like once you blow it, and then it's like so I do have this on skull. Okay. Open drawer 5, open drawer 1. Close drawer 5, close drawer 1. And open this again. No! Dang it! Am I doing it too fast? Do I have to wait for one to like completely open all the way? Wait. Wait. This should be this said it was updated January 27, so that's what it told me. So there's like an auto update from Steam. Ah well. Whoa. Okay. Well, let's see. I think I know why no one's ever found the egg. Yes, I agree with that comment. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, I should probably check on our battery here, which is out because I can see it from there. Oh wow. Okay, this is a very different look when you're not on classic Myst. I probably don't need this much time. I can't open up any Facebook pages at the moment because I need to keep the active cursor on the game so that you guys can continue to get the image. Oh wow, they light them up. Oh, it didn't sound like a machine that time. It sounded like gears before, like you push a button and then the gears like rolled it up. Oh. Oh, they trapped us in here. Alright. Alright. I see how it is. This is a very different feel from before. Even though I just turned all the battery up all the way, which I don't even know why I did that, I actually feel like setting off the alarm in here. I would say, well, artistically this looks good. It looks like too clean. Like, I don't know, I feel like this stuff over here looks like it's all, you know, dirtied up, but this somehow like was just given a buff. No. I thought I was stuck. Maybe the top drawer is drawer zero. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, it could be 0 indexed. I'll try it again. That is definitely possible. Ooh. The thunder suddenly stopped. Okay, so let's try this again. Let's. Oh. All right. So if that, let's say that's a 0. So what was it again? It was drawer 3. Open and you close. And then drawer 1. But now I can't reach drawer 5. right? I can't really get to it. So I'm not so sure about that one. Oh, 5151, okay. So it's the one with the page on it? Okay. And then this one? Oh, here it is. Programmer notes. There it is. I'm waiting for comments. Because there's like a 20-second delay between the stream and the what everybody sees. Yes. Scored 1 of 1. No, I don't know. 10 of 10. Yeah, that's definitely specific to this version. That's a new picture. Yeah. I really the whole time I want to say Ahmed, but my throat is freaking dry as hell, and it's just, yeah. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I gotta actually put in the code so we can get out of here. Wait, what? Oh. There's an Easter egg in the maze. Okay, so there we go. I guess I do have a reason to go back there. Okay, sure. Yeah, let's do it. I probably didn't need that much time. What do I do? How do we solve this? Go in here. All the lights are on, especially the one highlighting the secret passage. Whoa. Okay, there we go. Oh, there was also the bug on the where we could walk on top of the planetarium chair. I don't know if anyone else mentioned that one. I don't always. I can't read all the comments. Now, maybe I'm just profoundly unobservant. Are these blue alarm lights? Is that what they are? Because I don't remember those going off before. I thought it was just like really dark in here. Okay, so I guess we're good in this age now. I guess we'll go back to the Salentic age and see what the other secret is. If people don't mind giving them away, I will gladly witness them. What's the point of putting eggs in a game if there's no one to appreciate them? Oh, am I supposed to be able to walk here? Maybe I am, actually. Maybe that's not even... Maybe it's not even bad I can walk here. I kind of like this view, actually. Gonna jump down the stairs. So strange. Does it go away if I walk away? No, it's still there. Actually, I don't remember what the effect was if you let the time expire while the book was out, if it actually disappeared again back in RealMyst. And I certainly don't know what it does in this game. I would hope that that'd be done correctly.
With each page,
I can see more clearly. Soon,
free from this horrible
prison, this book.
You must visit the one remaining age. You have not. Listen to the deep bongo drums. I'm supposed to listen to for... Whoa. That was With each
weird.
page I can see more clearly. Soon, free from this horrible prison. This book.
I'm supposed to listen to for bongo
You must
drums here?
visit the one
I'm
remaining
confused.
age. You have not. Confident that my brother Akana is demented. He is guilty. He took advantage of the freedom our father had given us. Akana began to...
I'm not detecting anything. If anyone else hears it, speak up.
I asked
Dang
him
it,
again.
other people are. I mean, I hear like a low kind of... Oh, you mean it's just like the bass
He will
thing? Like,
destroy both myself and you, just as he destroyed the other ages of Myst.
I don't know, it sounds all kind of the same.
Never will escape. You must simply bring the red.
Okay, I think I know what it doesn't sound unnatural relative to the other sounds. It just sounds like I don't know. It just sounds like a deeper part of it. So what are we doing? Oh, we're going back to Salentic? Okay. Okay, so now it's too late. We're here now, which means that I have to go through the maze runner anyway. Over this way. No, wrong way. Which way? I'm going over this way. Yes, this way. Sun is still exactly the same. In Selenitic yet. Oh, is there going to be one? It looked like it was designed. It looked like it was designed to have that particular look, like the sun in that particular spot to make it have a particular feel to it. Okay, so were people kidding about there being an egg in the maze here, and you're just making me go through this again? Or, because I don't catch everybody's comments, only some of them. I'm not sure if they plan on implementing one. That's quite a ways into the maze. After the first time you go northwest. Okay. Wait, is there more than one? I thought there was one. Yeah, the delay got me confused on which part you were talking about. Yeah. Because right at this moment, as I'm hitting west, okay, as I go west, I just see you in the stream. I just hit go going north. So you're basically one step behind. You're like exactly one step behind me. South, southwest, southwest, something like that. Southwest, it's west, and then northwest. This should be it. said it was after the first, yeah. Okay, so here we are. This should be the last one. And I will wait for the stream to catch up and you can give me further instructions. I've been told to go west and then north. Aha, so there's no sound here. So this might be like a faulty direction, I guess, normally, and normally there's nothing to go here. There's nowhere to go here. Alright. Look like I saw something to the left, so I'm gonna spin other ways. See if there's anything else. That's where I came from. Okay, so there's nothing else, it's just this one way. Nice. I like this one. It's very, it's very sad, but that's my kind of humor, I think. And I still can't get up. I want to be able to walk up to it and... Yeah, there should be my voice and the game that you get should all be synchronized, but I'm actually playing like 20 to 30 seconds ahead of you guys. Northeast? Yeah. I'm still here. I haven't said anything in a while. I just don't really have anything more to say in the maze that we didn't already say from earlier. Ah! I did not even mean to do that. I have a loose key in my keyboard. The D key keeps falling out. Okay, I would... You know what? Screw this. I am going to not care if your stream goes blank at the moment. I am clicking all these links, which minimizes the game. So, are there any more? Because I want to look at these pictures. All right. If that's the last one, let me know and I'll put the game back up. Alright, sweet. Very nice. I like these. Okay. Game. Should have game up now. Yes? Okay. Good. I like that part. Did you say this was not... Good. Did you say that was not a bug? Because to me it seems kind of weird that it shows the previous frame kind of paused there for a brief second. Good. I don't know. Okay. What do we do now? Do we have a reason to go back to Stone Ship? I don't think we do. I guess we can go... I guess we'll just go on to Channelwood, huh? Why not? I mean, that's the only one we got left, so... I'm really curious about that age. Because it now has the day-night cycle. I'm sure I haven't been doing that. I don't care. Okay, I'm just gonna keep assuming that you left the old codes in, so I'll just put in what I know. Yeah. Myst matches. It's a brand now. Set the other ones on fire. Have I played Gabriel Knight's Sins of the Fathers? Yes, I have played that game. It is a wonderful game. I would actually put it in my top 5. Oh, oh. The match went out. Oh, nice. Does it just stay in your hand this time instead of you dropping it? You don't drop it until you... you just drop it in there. Oh, no, you don't drop it in there. Can I anyway? I can't drop the bad match in there. There it goes. Can I light a match from this? Probably not. Ah, too bad. I'll just keep carrying a dead match, or not a dead match, an unlit match. Oh no, I'm getting more screenshots over there. Okay. Oops, I just bumped my mic, I'm sorry. Um... The button looks blurry. It's kind of odd. Nothing to do. How many steps will I jump out of the... I just jumped one step out. I don't know if two would do it. I don't feel like... I can't check it now. I didn't think of that until after I leapt out. Oh well. Oh wait, now that makes me want to try it now. Now based on this comment, I do want to try it again. Okay, we might as well, right? We're not in a rush. Come on. There we go. Wait for that to come tumbling down. We still have the instantaneous needle jumping to the other side of the meter. I mean, couldn't it at least, like, quickly jump over here? Like, but actually move instead of, you know, go from there to there all at once? Dang it. This is too fast, actually. I shouldn't... There's no reason for me to do that. There's no reason for me to have it work that quickly. I said that! I actually said that! Making the clock tower further away. Okay, so this time I'm gonna build up like a half flame. Okay, I'm gonna try this. Is that far enough, or is that Hello, hello? Are you saying I'm not here? People are saying they're not hearing me. My mic says it's on, so I don't know what's going on there. Okay. Alright. So now people are saying I'm here. Okay. Okay. So the person that was talking about being able to step out here, I see what you're talking about. I can now see all the way over that way and that way. Is this far enough out, or can you get so far out that it'll actually let you jump off the edge? Because that would be fun. If it like goes beyond whatever clipping they put in place here. I don't know, I definitely can't do it here. Oh, wow. I can go way out here. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. Huh. Oh, I could have totally jumped off of that. Oh, I have all day. We can do everything. Do. No, not this way. No. Yes, that is a terrible joke. Okay. I'm gonna try right here. I don't know if I'm far enough out, though. Okay. I can jump off and stand on the top of the little hill behind the tree. Crap. What does that mean? The one over there? How would I end up over there? Or are we talking about this way? Okay. From this, facing this direction, do I go left or do I go right? I'm gonna wait for the stream to catch up for the answer. Oh, it's really tough. It's not easy, just possible. Okay. So, but I'll try it once. Just jumping off at all will be fun. So you're talking about over here? No. Oh, it would work on either side. Okay, I see. In fact, I'm actually not even far enough out anyway. Oh well. I gotta at least jump off. Okay. Still not far enough out. I don't think that's far enough out. Whoa, that's okay. Dang it. You know what? I'm gonna save it here. Oh, it still plays. You suck. So I can just do this. Okay. That's gonna have to be good enough of an angle. Like, it's barely pushing me up. Oh. Okay. There are actually 3 invisible walls holding you in, so if you're right in the middle, you'll be... I'm not sure. I just kind of want to fall out from a high distance, even if I can't land on, you know, on some forbidden zone on a hill somewhere. I just want to be able to fall out. Ugh. Looks like it wants me to slide that way, but I can't quite do it. Alright, I think I'm probably going to have to move on here. It's just so tempting to want to try this. This is even more tempting than the Easter egg. Like, this is... I can see the ship from here. Come on, this has to be far enough out. No! I still can't hit. I'm hitting S. I can't fall out. I'm hitting D. W. None of them work. I can't. Look at where I am, too. Screw it. I'm done. I can't do it. You guys can try it on your own if you have the game. We're going on to the Channelwood Age. That's what we're doing now. Okay, this is where I wanted to get to, because I've heard about the fact that Channelwood is finally real time. Of course, first we gotta look at the actual fly around. This is gonna be interesting. Alright. Well, let's see. It's been 2.5 hours since my last 5-minute break, so I think I'm gonna have to take another 5-minute break here, which seems like it'd be the right time, right? If I'm waiting for Channelwood at night. Is that sunrise or sunset over there? I'm gonna go over there where the sun is. Is that east or is that west? Yes, right here. Is it rising or is it setting? That's sunrise. No! Okay, well this is a good time for a a 5-minute break. So yeah, I'll just leave it like this and I will see you guys in a minute here. Hello, hello, I am back. Um, is it just me or is the sun actually lower than it was when I left? Because that looks like it's just barely over the horizon now. I've been told that was sunrise, but I don't know. Yeah, that looks like it's setting to me. So now I'm having a look at all the the extra wildlife. Let's see here. This was... I remember this spot before. Yeah, you could see the windmill from there in the other version. Can't really see it because it's kind of moved its position a little bit. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, of course. Are there frogs that hop around? I remember there being frogs in RealMyst, and they almost never showed up. But they did exist. Yeah, the shadows are getting longer, right? Looks like the shadow is just creeping up the rock. Yeah, so the sun is setting. Wish I could look up there with the, wish I could look up there with the, switch pulled down. Maybe there? No, I still see the water. I thought maybe I'd see the water stop flowing. I actually like the fact that the day-night cycles are longer than they were in RealMyst. I like that in principle because then it becomes a feature, but it's not, you know, it's not distracting. You're not constantly thinking about how it's changing. It just gives a, you know, more natural feel. But it's just, you know, for the purpose of this stream, I kind of want to see all the different possibilities in the short time I'm playing it. Not that this is the only time I'm playing it, but it looks like this will be the only time I'm streaming it. I thought I might have to split this up into two, but considering I'm on the 4th age, I'm might as well just do it all now. What do I feel like? I don't even know what I feel like doing first. Does this pipe do the same thing it did before? It just kind of turns straight down and powers up the fake tree. I should be uploading, I mean, assuming I don't screw this up, I should be uploading all of this up to YouTube, so, I mean, I guess something could go wrong there, but I definitely plan on uploading this to YouTube when I'm done with it. Oh, I like that. Well, I don't like the switch. Like. Oh, okay. Switch seemed to kind of pop all the way down here. Yeah. I don't know. Do you know if these trees are in the same place that they were in previous versions? I mean, it's not really something. I guess it affects how the maze works up there, I guess. But it seems like, you know, there might be some wiggle room on exactly where you place the trees. It's not like I'm going to be like, oh, I just so happen to know that, you know, there isn't supposed to be a tree there, even though I guess it looks... Yeah, I don't remember how this was before. It just seemed, I'm not sure if there were 3 trees here before or not, but... And actually, if you're trying to solve the puzzles efficiently, you don't cross the river as soon as, I mean, cross the bridge as soon as you put the bridge up. River, what am I on? I guess I've been doing this for 4.5 hours now, so. Let's see. Have a drink. Wait, what is that? Oh. Okay, so let's see, I've been back 10 minutes and the sun is just disappearing. The last piece of it. See if we can catch it. The last pixel disappeared. No, we're not going to catch it. Well, I guess if I continue to stare over here, but I'm struggling to walk down the path, so. Okay, let's see what this looks like when we join this up. I don't know. That didn't splash at all or anything. I mean, even in RealMyst, it had some kind of splashy thing, like, that kind of sprayed around the place as it joined up, so. I think even the original Myst did that. Here it just looks like it, you know, turned on, turned off. I'm not sure if I believe in that one. You didn't expect me to do that, did you? Okay. Oh, I like this. Of course they should do this. I never thought of this, having it, you can peek through all here now, because, yeah, you get cornered into a, doing stupid stuff when you have the original Myst obviously had to have the QuickTime movie here. So why didn't RealMyst open it up? Well, I guess they didn't think of it until right now. That's genius. What is that? Yeah, we're hearing the wind howl through here, I guess. I don't know why I went all the way. I actually didn't need to go up here now, but I don't know. I always end up solving this puzzle first. Hmm. It's a bug! Come on, that's a bug. That has to be a bug. You can't play that sound 20 times in a row like that. It's not one sound, it's the same sound being played, and it's dependent on mouse movement rather than hand movement in the game. Right, because if I held the mouse still, then it would play the sound only once. But the fact that I was moving the mouse down, as I was moving the mouse down, it was repeating the sound. Whenever I halted the mouse, it would stop playing. So the sound had nothing to do with the lever like it should have. It had everything to do with the mouse movement. So that's false. That's a bug, for sure. Okay. Thank you. It was already, you mean it was already known? Okay. Hello, yes, I am still here. I expected to be, actually. I'll probably be here. This is the last of the 4 ages. I'll probably be doing this. Well, I don't know how long this will take me to get through this age and whatever the end game is. Okay. I think you can get away with those leafy textures from far away. Up close, it's hard. See, like if we're seeing it like over there, it looks fine, but I don't know. Close up, it's. Still waiting for the sun to set. We were actually in really good position. It was actually kind of pretty much perfect, linking here with the sun setting. So we got to wander around here a bit with the sun up. But it is still taking its time. I want to go over there. Just catching up on the chat here. There's a lot more life in these trees. I don't know. I mean, I think it was just I don't remember what the trees exactly were like, but did I just get the sense that there's just more? They're just more vibrant. Than before. Just more leaves stick out, I guess. I don't know. Kind of more in your face at the very least. Fun fact, there are 18 solutions to the Riemann imager. Yes, that is interesting. I actually was not aware of that. But we'll get there when we get there. For now, I'm enjoying the sunset on Channelwood. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go back down because one thing I meant to do I never did. I want to see what the because once you close once you open the door to the spiral staircase, you can't close it again, right? Or maybe you can. I don't know. I'll explore. I'll figure it out. Don't need to be told everything. I can learn. I can learn things. Okay, I'm curious how this works now. Whoa. Okay, we'll get a better look at that later. Okay. So right now, with this shut, you don't just like tug on it. Like a baby trying to get out of the playpen, right? This thing kind of shook in RealMyst. Not that it needs to, but... Oh look, my remote mouse is charged, so I don't need this cable in it anymore. Thank goodness. Okay, so where were we? I'm seeing a bunch of "that's no moon" jokes in the chat here. Let's go. Okay. Let's go this way. Yeah, so most of the trees have to be in pretty much the same spot they've been in previous versions because they're holding up all these houses and stuff. Okay, here we go. So if we go over here, you can see the forever abyss of the planet. Okay. Nothing important has happened in the last minute and a half to the person that was AFK. I'm really curious how that's gonna look as the night progresses. I almost kind of wish that I could like wipe my brain and solve this game again under these conditions and see what that would be like to actually solve Myst in this environment. I think this is where it came from. And this is where the bridge was planned but never materialized. You can barely see the switch for the door. Keep bringing back that wind tunneling sound. I keep thinking, wait, is the Myst book, the original Myst book, right in front of me again? That's what that sound means to me. It means, oh, there's a Myst book that just landed on the ground in front of you. Still can't tug on the door. Actually, I think in RealMyst, you couldn't tug on this door. You could only tug on the one at the base there. It's not an important feature at all. The only thing you could argue is that it at least acknowledges that you're trying to open the door, right? So there's no bug in the game where you couldn't open the door. For a brief second, that looked like another person on the bridge. Uh-oh, we're getting another picture coming in. I'm not going to click it. Gotta keep playing. All these links, I can't click them. Dare I pause the sound effects so I can see the... Oh, that's tempting. Should be able to see the moon pretty soon anyway, right? I mean, there it is. It's coming up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah! Okay, so you can't use normal commands going down the stairway this time, huh? I assume that as soon as the as the door's open, you can't close it again. Boo. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so while that's there, and while that's there, I'm gonna click on this picture. Okay, so now I've seen it, and it's still on that other tab. I like the light showing through the trees on the windmill there. The tiny bit of sunlight that's left. No. Don't strafe on the staircase. Doesn't work. Okay. All right. So if I do this, now we can look at the moon from a higher vantage point. I like that it follows everywhere, even when you're just flipping a switch. I mean, it should do that. I'm just thinking about like an actual person pointing the flashlight to every little thing. I think it's following their, it's following their hand, but with like a delay. I don't know. I'm gonna turn this off. Oh. Hang on a second. Hello. The sun has been setting the entire time. I think that the setting has, I mean, the cycle has to be more than 2 hours, because I've been here literally, I think 35 minutes now, and we're still in the sunset. We're now at the tail end of the sunset phase. Whereas before we were just at the, I guess, the beginning. Actually, hold on a second. They changed the look of the door. It's now wooden, mostly wooden, with just metal stuff around it. I think that's an improvement. You can only do so much. You can only do so much to improve those ancient pixelated QuickTime movies. You guys did about as good as you could do with that, and it still entertains me. Wait, isn't that backwards? I thought this goes down first, and then the knives come up. Like, I don't know. I thought it was like a trap or whatever. Like this would feel the pressure, and then that would trigger the blades. I don't know. I don't know the logic of this. I mean, it might not be logical. I think it is logical, though. Either way. One way or the other. It's a machine for accepting sacrifices. It bites and then swallows. I guess that's another interpretation of it. I thought that the pad at the bottom was like a thing that triggered the slice and dice. Because it's ultimately going to be some mechanism, some mechanical thing. I mean, besides, like, I'm thinking about how, you know, how would you, as the Myst explorer, trigger this at all, right? I mean, if you just place your hand there, then it's like, if the first thing it does is chomp, then I shouldn't have my hand anymore. But, I mean, I don't know. I'm not adamant about my position on it. I'm just reporting what it used to do. Okay, so let's look in here. Oh, it's locked. No, it's not. The cheap lock has to already be broken by the time you approach, because there's no way that we would be able to break a cheap lock. Oh, I can stand back here now. I don't need this. I don't think I could stand here before. That's a fun little trap right there. So now I can actually hear what's going on, unlike RealMyst. I don't know, this still doesn't feel like full-on night yet. It still feels like there's still some sunset glow over there. Oh, let's mess with this. Come on. Or is it that side? Oh, did they break this again? Or not break it, but you know. It's like the original Myst, you couldn't mess with this, and then in RealMyst they allowed you to... Oh well. It's still there, so I'm doing it wrong? Am I clicking in the wrong spot? I need to turn on the help commands again. Flashlight? Okay, here we go. I'm being an idiot. There it goes. Jeez. Oh, this time it actually stays that too. Oh, that's right. That's right. In Myst, you could close it very briefly. What? I keep wanting to come back, and then everybody's... Everybody keeps drawing my curiosity again. Looks like I'm going kind of over the railing here almost. Is there a what on the what? Talking about that? You're saying that's a heart? No, those are testicles. So, looks like we're mostly done with the sun. But it's still darker over here on this side. So I guess we're still waiting for the sun to completely vanish. Let's see. We do have stars out now. Still, it's just blue though. It's not a black sky like other places. So we're still waiting. Sure, go ahead. And everybody else do that too. Oh. Oh, I got that wind howling sound again. I suppose I'm sort of getting there. I did mentally prepare myself over the last 3 days for a potential 6-hour stream. I actually had that number in mind, so I think we're on schedule. I think I can get through this. I think I can get through this in, whoops. All in one sitting here. So we have our moldy stone cheese here. Yeah. It looks like, I mean, when I know what it is, I say, oh yeah, that looks like it's mold growing on cheese. But it also looks like a slab of marble. It's marbled cheese. I'll continue to take red pages. And I didn't really look at the other page too closely, so I don't know how well Photoshop would actually work in fusing those together, because here they actually have 3D depth. So I can't really, so I don't think I'd really be able to fuse these together. Maybe I could, I don't know. I'm not gonna try though. Not really much to say about this room. I guess I am kind of curious about the pipe that goes under the sink there. Because I really don't see this place having plumbing or really electricity. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, did I just walk right through there? No, I kind of ducked under it. Okay, I see. That's interesting. Huh. It's funny because I was thinking about trying to duck. I mean, wanting to duck to be able to see the moon, well, more of a warped moon from this angle. Oh. Sorry, I had to click the link that was provided of the wine label. This is all very fascinating here in the chat. For anyone watching on YouTube, we've got a beta tester in here dumping links of resource files, but you guys can't see them because you're not here with us. Why can't I right-click? Why can't I go back in the other mode? No. There we go. We've already been over there, haven't we? Okay. So now that... Oh my goodness, there's still a slight trace of sun over there. This whole time. I've been in this age about 50 minutes. And we're still seeing a little bit of the sun. So that's probably why it still seems lighter here. Come on. Okay, here we go. We got some fireflies or something coming out now. You think that's the sun, but it's actually a supernova in a far-off distant galaxy. I don't know about that. I mean, how much astronomy knowledge is there in this game? If the moon will not move... I mean, you can always, I guess, make the case that... that the rotation, or the speed at which the moon goes around the planet is exactly matching the rotation of the planet, so the moon is always appears in the same spot in the sky. But which technically isn't that even supposed to happen to Earth? Isn't the moon actually like slowing down or something? And or was that just the rotation? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking about the fact that it rotates on its axis less slowly, so that's why you always see the same side face the Earth. That's what always matches up, right? And it's also Earth's rotation around its axis is also slowing down. So eventually, the same side of the Earth will always face the sun. I don't know how long that would take. The sun might go supernova before that happens. I don't know. I'm just showing my own astronomy ignorance. Where am I going now? I'm actually not sure where I'm going here. Definitely not here. No, I can't go this way. I'm forgetting all the puzzles all of a sudden. I'm also trying to read the chat. Okay. I'm just looking at the shadows. I guess the shadows, I guess the flashlight, the source of the flashlight is not the center of the screen. It's the, whatever, it's the piece. Yeah, I see how it works. The Humongous Entertainment games, are those the kids games or are those the, I don't remember the brand names. Or is that the 7 guest thing? Oh, God, I think I am getting tired after 5 freaking hours of doing this. I mean, what, 5 hours and 20 minutes? I can do it. I'll do it. I don't know. I'll grab coffee or something. I don't know what I'll do, but I will finish this game. Yeah, I got a whole I got some giant package of a bunch of kids games on sale. Ultimately, I actually have those set up on my Patreon. If I reach a certain Patreon goal, then I'll make a bunch of streams of those. A bunch of live streams, not Let's Plays. I will make very few Let's Plays because, you know, my Let's Plays are more, they're scripted and planned out and things like that. If I'm going to be playing spontaneously, I might as well do it live with you guys. I'm still waiting for the epic conclusion to Spelling Blizzard. Oh, man. I guess that could qualify for something to do on a stream. I don't know. Okay. I have this entirely memorized. It's actually kind of embarrassing, but you know I can't
I
do
owe
it.
you a debt of gratitude, for you have nearly released me. My name is.
But I'm actually tempted to take a
I trust that
5-minute break here because, or not a 5-minute break, a 1-minute break here because I absolutely guzzled my water down, and so I gotta.
It is I who am wrongly imprisoned here.
I gotta run over to the facilities for 1 second.
I don't know who you are, or how you came to this island, but I assume you must at least know something of the books. It was Father who was a master of the books. He wrote hundreds of them, all describing and linking to the fantastic places and ages which he had discovered. The room in which you now stand was our Father's library. It was here, in this room, on this island named Myst, that he housed most of these books. But such a waste. By now, you have surely discovered that Achenar has burnt and mutilated most of these books. Why? Our Father was always watchful of our exploration. We grew up under his strict supervision. But when we came of age, he gave us unbridled access to the Myst books. He began to leave our adventures more and more unchecked. Unsupervised as we were, my brother began to become disturbed. He began to take more from the Myst ages than he had given. Soon he gained a twisted pleasure from the conquest and destruction of the other ages. It was horrific. This thirst for destruction. But alas, even I discovered his insanity too late. He had completely destroyed all of the Myst ages but 4. I wasted no time. In warning my father, I thought he would recognize Akenar's guilt. But in a fit of rage, he imprisoned both my brother and myself within the pages of these books, designed to hold us until he could judge which of us was guilty. To discover the truth, our father embarked on one final journey. However, he has never returned. I can only assume that he perished along the way, leaving me, an innocent victim, entrapped forever. But now, you are here to release me. Listen carefully. You must find one more page and I will be forever free. There is a book on the shelves in this library which is mostly burned but has a few pages still intact. It is the last book on the middle shelf. Find it. This book is filled with a variety of patterns. Find pattern 158 and recreate it on the door of the fireplace. This will bring you to the last red page. Bring that page to me, and I will finally be released, and able to reward you, of course. Ignore the blue page. That page finishes my brother's book. Chills me.
Hello, I'm back. Okay. I knew he'd still be rambling when I got back. Because he does take about 5 minutes to get through this.
Where the red and blue pages reside, also resides a green book.
So let's see, I'm reading the chat here, and yeah, people are talking about achievements. I actually saw that. It said, it said there were achievements, but yeah, I haven't seen any alerts on Steam saying that that those are even possible. So missed achievements were just. Did I get achievements for beating the ages? I didn't see anything. Whoa. Okay, I see. I wasn't sure what that was at first. Okay, so this is completely in the dead of night now. Let's see. Never went to Stone Ship a second time. Do I have an excuse to go back to Stone Ship? Nope. So I won't. So I guess Akenar will be forever behind Cirrus in the page count. It's a little too awkward to try to keep his page count current with Cirrus's. But I do kind of want to go back to Channelwood anyway. Man, this really makes me think we can walk all around this warlock. It just, like, you almost get there and then you don't. I don't know. In my mind, I always think, oh, I gotta go back and get the blue page. That's just, like, my instinct. But then I think, oh, that's pointless. I need to just, like, move on and look at the last age, so. Let's see, what time is it? It's 8:30 where I am, so I've been going this 5.5 hours. I kind of want to move on. Is there any reason to go back to either Stone Ship or Channelwood? I think that there is one reason to go back to Channelwood and see what this place looks like completely dark. Because it didn't seem like it had quite gotten all the way dark. I saw something in... No, I think I just saw a shadow over there. Yeah, I'm gonna go back. Doesn't take that long, right? I don't think so. No. There's a very mild egg in mechanical. Is there a sun on the mechanical age? Because I never see it. I never saw it in RealMyst. I didn't see it. Oh, crap. Oh, I just got in. I've been to mechanical twice, though, already. So... Oh, wow, it just showed the daytime flyby. No, that didn't matter. I remember with mechanical, the daytime flyby played, but... I'm confused. Why are we at... Why is the sun over there again? I am very, very confused. I'm gonna grab it since I'm here. I don't really know why I would, but since I'm here, I'm gonna do it. Boo, too far away. Crap. This is wrong, right? This is wrong. Did I change it? I can't even remember. Wow, I am... Did I change the water over here? No, I did not. Okay. Yeah, this is what happens when you play for 5.5 hours straight. It would be really awkward at this point, though, to say, well, we got most way through it, and we're going to cover the last quarter of an age next time, right? It just doesn't make any sense. We're going to do all of this now, even if I'm in a completely mentally compromised state. It's okay. I'm still good enough to drive a car. I don't understand how you guys have missed the fact that achievements were disabled. Meaning, okay. Meaning that I should not, that means that I should not feel bad, right? That's what that means. Yes, I agree with this new comment. Our entertainment is more important than your health and sanity, meaning me. Yes, that has been my philosophy this entire time. I will sacrifice health and sanity. In fact, it is the sacrifice of my health and sanity that you find entertaining. That is the point of this. No! At least I remembered earlier. Okay. It's not that bad. I'm just finding myself like just forgetting things, like forgetting to go flip the switch. Like I actually feel fine. I feel awake. I feel like I'm comfortable. I'm happy. It's just I'm just noticing that I'm just brain farting more than usual. So we've already witnessed it in this environment. It looks like it's just reset sunset, which is just weird to me. I don't know if it always plays starts at sunset or what. That would be strange. Okay, so what's this minor egg on RealMyst? Wow, on mechanical. That's it. Is it the? If it's the what is it?
My friend.
If it's the dead pirate hanging in the ship, then
Bring in the blue pages.
then I already know. Then we already know that one. But if there's something else that's unique to this particular version,
Cyrus is guilty.
then
Pray, do not release
I'm
him.
interested in seeing it.
He will destroy me just to see him.
Okay. No, I consider the other one an egg too. It's just, you know, an egg from an older version. Alright, so let's go back in here and see what you're talking. Oh look, it's night on the mechanical age again. How about that? Gotta go to the... the morgue here. Okay. It's in here, apparently. Okay. Something that's hard to see. So apparently I'm supposed to just, like, look around. Oh, that was odd how the fortress music started playing again. Okay. There's a funny thing in here. Is it like something really close on the wall or something? Like, it's just something that's hard to see. I don't know what that means. The problem is, I probably, even if I stared right at it, there's a chance I still would not notice it. The door needs to be open. Okay, so I'm guessing if the door is open, that allows me to crouch. Okay. That might be it. Like, you have to be in the crouched position to get the right angle on it. That would make sense. Oh, yeah, okay, so I figured that part out. I got the second hit from the first, yay. And you guys let me know if you see something. I mean, it doesn't have to be me. Could even be facing this way, for all I know. Does that say something? I can't read it. Okay. Apparently it's... okay. Dexter was here. I see Dexter. I do see Dexter just all the way... I can't even move the mouse to point, but yeah, I do see Dexter all the way across here. With the angle with the light at this particular angle. I don't see the was here. But I do see Dexter. Okay. But I do see Dexter, even if I don't see it, I'll believe. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. I don't know. I'm trying to see it. I can't see it, but well, maybe. What if this? Still not seeing it. Whatever. I showed it. You saw it. So we can go now. I did have a minor complaint about this light, how it the way it kind of disappears like that when you do that. Okay. Let's see. I guess we can move on now. I don't really need to, don't really need to do, the Akinar page, whatever. Oh no. Oh, that was scary, because my mouse disappeared. Have you been to the crow's nest? What do you mean? Are you asking if I've been in the crow's nest on the ship, or what? Or what are we talking about? They allow you, is it like they actually like let you climb the rope or something? Oh, neat. How about that? Crap, I just fell. Dang it. You're teasing me with this. Oh, that looks like the right rope, is it not? Okay, I'll play around with this till I get it then. How far up this one can we go? Ah. Okay. Oh goodness. Here we go. Wow. Ha! Nice. I like this. And it's not like in RealMyst where you stand up here and half the island disappears. You can actually see the place. Well, I'm enjoying my time up here. And we've got... Wow. Jamie and Adam were here. Nice. Oh, I actually didn't. I actually have not read the chat in a while. I discovered that. I did find that one once I found my way up here. You know what? We're gonna actually solve this puzzle now. Because I want to beat the game. I do actually, in fact, want to win. Even if we lose a couple times first. Come here. What is wrong with you? Wait, there's more in there? Did I not see it? Dang it. I keep feeling accomplished, and then people tell me, nope, that's not all. There was more in there. You're supposed to go back. Ah. Okay, I'll go back and explore it some more. But first I'm going to do this. Okay. Is that all of them? Yes, it was all of them. Got a little light in there. Okay. Which way was it? I think it was this way. Wah, wah, wah. Okay. Okay, I see. You're talking about this dagger as well as the faces. I found the face on my own, but I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Oh well. So, I'm gonna assume. Frickin'. That's a bug. I'm gonna assume the pattern's the same as it always was. I can't click and drag like I used to. Ooh, blurs. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna save it. Because that's just a good place to save it, right? Let's keep going. Yeah, I actually want to know what happens here. I want to know if this is any different.
Yes.
I'm free. Oh, thank you, my friend. My dear friend. This is actually a bigger frame than in RealMyst. They did they did an upscale it, which, you know, again, this is all you can really do.
It looks like
Just to upscale an incredibly bad quality video. It's what, 22 years old now?
A page.
It's crazy.
I hope you enjoy your
There is one Easter egg fireplace pattern, but I'm not giving any hints. Okay, so I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna try every single fireplace pattern until we get it. That's what, 2 to the 48th or something? Or however many buttons there are? Alright.
The library looks much the same as hello. Oh, I can
What?
Goodbye.
Yeah, I don't understand, like... Okay. I mean... Alright. If there's apparently an Easter egg in the fireplace and we don't get to know what it is. So... What now? Does it just stay on this and wait for us to load? You don't get that weird, those weird sound effects like in RealMyst? Alright. Unsaved progress will be lost. Good. Alright, so we have to do it the other way too, right? Which, okay, so, well, I guess we'll find out here. Oh, it saves it outside the, okay. Why does it make me do this again? Oh, screw you. Click, 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 click. Does pattern 148 still work? Apparently there was something like in the original Myst. 148, they originally put that one in instead of 158 like they said in the recordings. Okay, let's see what happens here. Now, remember, I didn't bring back all of the blue pages, so I'm curious to see this as well. See if it actually shows the ending here, like all the other versions. Oh, look at this!
Hello.
I'm Akinar. How about this? This is actually the first version of Myst I'm aware of that does this. In every other version of Myst, the fireplace page always completes the book, no matter how many other pages you bring back. Which doesn't make any sense. This is the version that actually makes sense.
He's a liar.
Should not be persuaded by his evil lies. Okay.
Killed my father.
I have these speeches memorized. I could go through the entire thing.
Began
Sears began to lust for riches. He stole from the ages of Myst. He hoarded riches for himself.
My father.
Father slipped away his watchfulness. My sick brother secretly pronounced himself king. And I never tried to memorize this. I just heard it so many times, and I realized one day, wow, I can recite this word for word. His lowly brother. Yeah, okay, I can do it. Yeah. Anyway. Began to destroy the ages of Myst. Have the entire thing. Yeah, so let's do it. I want to know what that last little animation is at the end. Stone Ship is the page that we don't have. Guess I go here first. If I do this, back off. And then... Wait. That can't be right. Why is the battery still on? I haven't been here in hours. The timer doesn't run when you're on other ages? Is this like Narnia or something? Or reverse Narnia? Battery's full! Why is the battery full? Okay then. Over here. Okay, you have to trigger the egg every time. I was just curious. No. Wait, is that right? It should still be up, right? I think. Yeah, you don't have to press the button again because the battery never expired. If the battery had expired, then we'd have to push the button again, I think. Once you solve the compass puzzle, the battery stays full forever. That is new, and I'm not sure why that is. In every other version, it doesn't work like that. I'm gonna jump again. Is it just so you don't have to worry about all the potential bugs with this? Because you could be, I think, oh gosh, what are all the different states? Because you could have the book on the table when the power goes out. You could have the book in your hand when the power goes out. And these are actual states. I think in Myst, and maybe even RealMyst, if the book's on the table when the power goes out, then you cannot access it, but if it's already in your hand, at least in RealMyst, you can still access it. I don't know, this whole mechanism is weird. So the only way to kill the power is by... You can kill the power, you just have to actually go and push the wrong button over there? I don't know if that's worth seeing. Okay, so apparently the new rule is if the power is on, or yeah, you can pull, the power is on just to pull the book out of the table, but then you can kill the power and it'll still work. Okay. That's strange. That's different than how it worked before, pretty sure. So yeah, I'm gonna save this again. Alright.
Oh, yes! I'm free! Oh, I feel alive! And how do you feel, my friend? And what have we here? Perhaps the pages you worked so hard for? Whoops! Yes! Oh. Perhaps you're seeing the world from my point of view. Yes. Oh. Shitters. There's my brother. Oh, yes. Oh. Maybe someone will rescue you someday. You lose.
Okay, that was about what I expected, but I was curious anyway. Let's do it again. Yeah, actually I should do that again. Alright, let's take the blue page. Try to stick the blue page in the book. No, not this bug. I am going to get this done. My audience has been cut in half. I think we had somewhere in the 30s earlier. That's okay. That's okay. People didn't expect me to go this long, but I did. This is the same recording as before.
Who the devil are you? Don't come here to Dunny, not yet. Oh, I have many questions for you, my
Yeah, it's the
friends.
same as before.
You no doubt have for me.
I mean, the same as
Where
RealMyst.
should I begin?
There's happy Atris expecting to be rescued.
Ah, my friend. Ah, you've returned. We meet face to face. And the page, did you bring the page? You didn't bring the page. You didn't bring the page. What kind of fool are you? Ah. Did you not take my warning seriously? Welcome to Dunny. You and I will live here forever.
Oh, it should have said, "What kind of fool are you?" That's the line. That's obvious. Oh well. Should say, "What kind of fool are you?" And then maybe after it. I don't know. Okay, so we've crossed the 6-hour mark on this stream. We're gonna do this though. It's gonna happen. Oh nice, we do actually get to wander around here some more. And don't forget to save your progress. Okay, actually, we might as well take the opportunity to look around here. Here's the mosaic of old Chuck Carter. Alright, we can finally go back here. Why couldn't we go back here in RealMyst? I never understood that. Justice has been served. Oh, we can even do this. Even better. Oh, we can't, like, peek over Atris' shoulder. Wait, can we? No. Dang it. No, the one that matters. Oh well. Okay. So I guess we go back and beat the game this time. I need to go this way, not that way, this way. And gonna grab this one, too far away. There we go. I fall for it every time.
Who the devil are you?
Oh, I was supposed to look at the broken Myst book when I screwed up. Oh well. Sorry. I guess I'm kind of hankering to get through this.
Ah, my friend. You've returned. And the page. Did you bring the page? Ah. Give it to me.
No.
Give me the page.
No.
Please, give me the page.
I will not. I refuse.
Page, my friend. Page.
I remember doing this sequence
You've done the right thing.
in my LP, and I was still working. I was still working under 11-minute time limits, and it sucked because I had to rush through that. I was gonna try to refuse to give him the page, and they forced me to. Oh well.
My sons have betrayed me. I know what I must do. I shall return shortly.
Why can't we wander around at least now? No.
It is done. Oh, I have many questions for you, my friend, but my rating cannot wait. I fear that my long delay may have already had a catastrophic impact on the world in which my wife Catherine is being held hostage. Oh, reward. I'm sorry, but all I have to offer you is the library on the island of Myst. The books that are contained there.
Hey, Retro Gamer's back.
Your exploration
I thought he had to leave. And he left like, what, 3 hours ago? That's funny.
You will no longer have my sons to deal with. Oh, and
is there anything after this? We've all seen this before. I'm just waiting to see if there's like another animation at the end. Just like with the losses. Seems like there should be something like that.
Till that point, you're free to enjoy the exploration from my library on Myst. And thank you again. Oh, the book. You can use the Myst linking book to return to Myst.
Oh, here we go. the music's playing twice. It's playing over itself. I'm not sure I like that. I guess I'll wait for this to finish, but... Is this... This is hanging around here much longer than the others, right? I don't remember taking this long before. I don't feel like clicking though. I don't like skipping. I just want to do the full thing while it's here. Okay, so I guess we're done with that. People have pointed out in the chat that I never looked at the Tiana grave, which, okay. I guess the reason I didn't do that was it was it was one of the few things I did do before I started this stream, because, you know, I have played this game before, but all I did was wander around the surface of Myst Island, so I'll do that real quick. It's right over here. Here you go. It looks exactly like it did in RealMyst, except just, you know, upgraded, but it's you know, it's still fundamentally the same. I guess it's like secluded, I guess, as opposed to before where it's just, because you didn't have these rocks in the way, so it was just flat. Okay, so they dumped the book on the floor over here. Do all these look like they did before? Oh, that's weird. We don't have a page flipping animation. That's odd. Even RealMyst had that. Alright, let's do this. Oh wow, that looks like almost like print instead of like a drawing. Wait a minute. Wow, it must have been a really long time since I read this journal, because I don't recognize those words at all. That's funny. I'll have to wait for my mind to clear. You know, they should have given us another bonus age instead of just the same one. Come on. You actually fall through first before the door fully opens. Did I do it? Yay! No, I didn't do it. Crap.
Catherine, my love, I have to leave quickly. Something terrible.
Come on. I was spamming that button. It's supposed to... Okay, there it goes. So this is one of the first things I looked at in this game. And now we're gonna do the other stuff with it. Nice. Oh my god, it actually closes. If you click on something else... that's the one thing that's been getting me about this game. It's not clicking outside the frame, it's clicking anywhere that the game didn't think you would. That is not... If I click right there? Okay, at least not there. But there it does. That is too much. Okay. There's the window on the tower. Actually curious. Can't really see that switch from up here, can you? I mean, not the switch, the door. Wanted to see if there was a way of... Maybe this one? Can you see the door, like... Nah. Can't see it. Oh, the door's still open, though. Okay. That's interesting. So you actually have to pull that lever up. That particular switch has to go up in order for the door to close. Okay. So let's go over here. We used to not be able to stand back here. That's what I did all the time in the RealMyst thing. I'd say, well, in the original you couldn't walk back here, and now I'm saying in the original RealMyst you couldn't walk behind the rhyme thing. Now in the remake you can. Oh, you gotta click individually every time. You can't just hold it. I don't think I can run around that quickly. I've not looked at the chat in a while. Let's see, what are you guys talking about? Okay. I think what's going on in the chat room should just stay in the chat room. Oh look, it does open at the level that I thought of. At the very beginning of the stream I said that it actually looked like that was a divide and that looked more naturally built into the floor, but I guess that just makes it all the more secret. Oh wow. That's a very different flyby than before. Okay. I'm still totally doing this in one stream considering how far I got, so even though we've been doing this for almost 6.5 hours, this is still happening. It's like radioactive snow. Those are literally like stars falling to the earth. They were snowflakes. I mean, they actually had the special little snowflake patterns on them. Wait a minute, this is backwards than before, right? In RealMyst, you spawned on this one. Huh. Okay. Oh wow, look at this janky door here. Oh, we even got an icy Myst book. Well, except when I pick it up, but I don't know. Okay. What does a flashlight look like in here? It just blots everything out. Alright. Do. Alright, so let's see here. You can't gas yourself in this version. Okay, that settles that. I was about to ask that. I would have been willing to try it. There's no reason to put the same jokes in over and over again. No, hold on, I want to see something. Leave that open. If I turn this on. Whoa, wait. Are you kidding me? It automatically closes? I thought closing the door was the puzzle. I'm so confused right now. I thought the whole point was, with this puzzle was, oh, you didn't think about the door, so you had a hard time solving it. That's weird. But no. I'm not talking about the egg. I'm talking about the puzzle. Right? If I just walk in here and push the button and everything melts, like that's too easy. The whole point of the puzzle was, oh yeah, I gotta turn around and shut the door here so to keep the heat in. Right? In fact, I think in the original RealMyst, it's funny I'm referring to RealMyst as the original now. The door was always open. Like, when you first approached this, the door was open. And so, like, you didn't even think about the door, right? You just never saw it at all. And then you walk in here and you start messing around with it, and the door is just always open. So you have to actually think, oh wait, there's a door there. Maybe I should close it to keep the heat in. I don't know. I'm disappointed about this here. As far as look and feel, this actually has an appearance now. Before it was just dark. So it's better in that regard, but the freight elevator looks the same. In higher res, I guess, but play with this. I'm confused. That looks like white. That, I guess, okay, I guess that qualifies as white. I mean, this is all the whole, what color is the dress all over again, right? I mean, this was before the dress. You guys made the dress problem before there was a dress problem. Okay. This time, there are too many colors here to actually try them all. Well, maybe I can try them all. I'm actually kind of curious what they all look like, because they're going to be a little off from what you see here, and it makes sense. Black? How do you have black? It's just gray, I guess. Nope, nothing. That really was black. I think we can all agree that that was black. Okay, that was my favorite one. What? You can hear the animals out there. I guess I'll go out there and look for them when I get back. You might have to remind me though, I might forget. Oh, that's interesting, that little magnet hovering thing. Whoa. It did it all by itself. It closed on its own. Now this is interesting. Okay, so I'm looking at this. In the original... the original RealMyst, whatever. we actually have a, a debate about the dress in the comments now. I didn't mean to start that. I keep saying the comments, it's the chat, whatever. The original drawings in RealMyst had the 4 crystals on the left, and then the fifth one was here too, but it was just, there was like a coffee stain over it, and it was blotted out. But here you just see the 4. Interesting. Okay. I'll play around with this, I guess. I'm just staring at him to see if I can remember him. I probably won't. Yep, I already forgot them. What were they again? Okay, no, that's what I thought they were. Let's go down. Where's our haunting music? Oh, here it is. It fades in now. Oh, I didn't push the button. Is this stone or is this ice? I don't even know. Oh my goodness. Why did that music take over? I didn't turn it on. I'm sorry, I didn't wait for the dramatic music to finish. Nope, not doing that yet. Hold on. I actually have to do this other one first because I gotta remember it. Whoa. Nope, don't remember. I think it was that one. Why do I only get to select yellow here? Is there some other way to... No. No, that's what it was before. Am I supposed to do something with the color? Let's see what's going on here. Dude has a funny comment. You'd have to be here to see it. What are we? See, it does that instead. I need the tooltips on again. Click and hold. Well, that was harder. Because I wasn't expecting that at all. Like, with the RealMyst, you just move your mouse over it, which I guess you could argue that makes it too difficult, but... It always moves to the right. Interesting. So, is this not... Am I remembering it wrong from upstairs? Because I think that's what it was this one over here. So they could be... Does that show up in the tooltips? I'm gonna turn that on. I'm gonna look it up and see if you actually help me with this. No. We don't have anything here. Why not? Uh-oh. I'm getting a spoiler alert in the comments. I should probably click it. I'm going to click it and stop the music. Wait, I gotta stop the music again. Hello. Okay. So... Wow, wait a minute. No, okay, I see. So, yeah, this got screwed up. Okay. So what you guys ended up doing instead, you changed it to that now. So it has to be those specific colors? Because that's not the way it worked before. Yeah, I'm assuming this is just an egg now, because there's no way to figure this out. What are you doing? That one? Okay. So that's it, just the one view. If I just mess this up once. Okay, well. Alright. It's, it's very interesting that, it is the way it is. They don't have all the different views and angles and other things with it, but... see you later, Buddha. There are multiple solutions to get to the puzzle age. What's the puzzle age? Okay, I got another picture here. Okay. So I'll put in one more. There's probably, I guess there's probably a bunch. Okay. No, we call it the baked potato age. Alright, there we go. There's another angle of it. And those are little soldiers attacking it, I guess, down here at the bottom here. I assume there's a bunch of different angles on this. I think that those are, yeah. And then there are 10 solutions that give you Easter egg photos. I think it'll probably be best to, let's see. Yeah, that's a reward for the diligent. Well, let's see here. How many, you know, how many you got? Like what, 40 for each of these? So it'll be like 40 to the 5th, something like that. I think that's probably not the best thing to trial and error. I mean, I like, you know, if there's just clues to solve, that's cool. But the idea that we might sit here and go through, you know, if the only way to do it is just trial and error, it's not happening. Or picking at resource files, that's not happening either. But you know, if there was like a puzzle where it's like solve this and get that, I mean, that's like the old Spider days, right? You know, you had the clues that you had to figure out in order to access the Easter eggs. That makes sense to me. What was here? Probability is my job. I deal with probability every day. What is over here? Yes, actually I'll go ahead and tell you. My day job is as a slot machine mathematician. That is actually what I do for a living. So, there you go. What color was this one supposed to be? I'm staring at it. I know this is the right... shape. I don't want to go back and look. This? I don't know. Okay, that was it. So there's... Oh, this is how all the rumors get started. about the possibility of a real Riven, right? Which there's already the fan project, but which would defeat the point of any official thing anyway. But here we go. Goodness. So did I do it? Did I manage to get through the whole game? I know there's one last thing that I wanted to do, which was to go back and try to find those whales. So I guess we can do that. Can we get... You can't, actually. That's your answer. You can't win slots. But, what am I trying to say? Yes, I am aware that Starry Expanse is endorsed by Cyan, because didn't they give them like the resource or some like resource files or something like to actually help them get the right proportions in the ages? I think, yeah. So let's see. I was gonna ask something. Okay, so there's like apparently 10 different combinations for photos. Can we see one? I actually don't really feel like sitting here and putting in 10 combinations, but if we could see one, that would be really cool. Just like your favorite one, please. I'm waiting for the chat delay. Yay! Alright, let's see that one. Unless it's the same cat that we always see. Well, it's okay. It's posted now, so we're going to see this. Okay, so now I have that in a separate tab here while I punch it in. Already the correct color, yay. Wait, did I go past? No, I didn't. Okay. Does that look right? That looks correct to me. Okay. At least it's something. We're talking about peeing on linking books. I don't know, does it sorry, I bumped the microphone again. What was I saying? I was responding to the question about peeing on a linking book. Does it actually transport all biological matter, or is it just, does it actually have to sense your soul or something? I would think that it would transport you and not your clothes, personally. That's what I would think, but, you know, it's just me. all your piercings stay behind. And your all your surgical implants and stuff like that. Okay, so I think we're pretty much done with the game, unless anyone can think of anything else. But I just wanted to see the whale thing, and that would be it. Alright, so now we're hearing 2 music tracks at the same time again. I think I'd set it to black last, right? So, whatever. Oh, here's the snow-capped heater machine over here. Alright, cool. So, I'm hearing those... Oh, there they are! They're right there! What's wrong with you people? Somebody said that they couldn't find them. They're right there in your face. Alright, well, that was easy. Whoa, did it just... Was that flash photography? What was that? I don't know. Okay. So I'm gonna... wait and see. Does it... Do these have the air puff or whatever? It doesn't seem like they need to. Whatever. I forget what those... The blowhole, that's what it is. Yeah, they have the blowhole, whatever. Oh, there's more eggs? Oh, wait, you're right. You did mention something like that. Okay, let's see. Oh, what did you say there was? There was like 3 Easter eggs if you beat the game without going to other ages? Is that what you said? Because, yeah, I'd totally do that. I mean, why not? I just have to start like a new game or something. I'm waiting for a confirmation that I heard that correctly. Okay, yes. Okay, so that is confirmed. Here, we only allowed 5 save spaces. Is that right? I can't like save a new one because that's not very many saves. See, I saved this one. So what do I save here? I want to save that one. I like that save. Don't need this save. This save is weak. No. I don't have much of a streaming schedule right now. I'm just gonna stream whenever I can find the time for it. But I'll get more regular scheduling if over time, hopefully. New game. See that button over there? It says new game. Yes, I'll skip all this. So we just do the speedrun stuff. It makes sense to put an Easter egg in here for that. Because people have known about this for a while, and it's just been kind of a dirty secret. But now it's a good secret that you can beat the game this quickly. I don't know if you guys can see this. You probably can't. But we'll see. I'm going to wait for the chat to catch up. Okay, yeah, you guys can't see it. I have a RealMyst.exe has stopped working. App crash. Yep. The game crashed. I'm going to have to close it. Close the program. Okay. Go away, stupid pop-ups. Load it again. Alright, let's try this again. No! Okay, new game. Alright, I can see in the stream that you guys are back up. Let's try this again. Come on, please. There it is. Okay. Still doing free roam. So we're doing it like this. One. Oh, I don't want that. No interactive guides. Or does that nullify the egg? I would hope not. That's a joke. I mean, it should be a joke, but, you know. I mean, not like a real funny joke, just, you know, just me just talking stupid. 2. Three. 4. 5. This is how I make sure I don't miss one. 6. It's also so I can remind myself what the code is for the 4-chamber. What? Lost count, something? Can't cut through there anymore. Okay. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Can cut through there, that's important. There we go. Oh no, it's not gonna work. Ugh! Stupid bug. They have a perfect record fooling me with that bug. Individual clicks suck. Yes, I am almost 7 hours into this.
Who the devil are you?
I applaud you, Sparky, for watching this all the way till 4 in the morning your time. That is excellent. You are a real trooper and a good citizen.
Ah, my friend. You've returned. And the page. Did you bring the page? Ah. Give it to me.
Here you go.
You've done the right thing. I have a difficult choice to make.
Shady, have you played Manhole or Cosmic Osmo? I have not, but I bought that package on Steam recently, so I should be able to. Yeah, I'll check them out. There's no reason not to.
My sons have betrayed
I just haven't played many games recently.
what I must do. I shall return shortly.
I really have not played that many games in recent memory. I've been very busy with many things, and now I've been busy trying to get the channel back, and just been working on that. So every time it's like, oh, I'm gonna do games, I'm, you know, making new videos or preparing a, you know, the Patreon page and the
I have many questions for you, my friend, but
the new thumbnails and stuff like that.
I fear that my long delay may have already had a catastrophic impact on the world in which my wife Catherine is being held hostage.
So how many videos will that be? I'm not sure what you're referring to with that. If we're talking about a stream of a game, it might be one. I thought this would be two, but it's going to be one.
Lord, I'm sorry, but all I have to offer you is the library on the island of Myst. The books that are contained there. Feel free to explore at your leisure. I hope your explorations are satisfying. You will no longer have my sons to deal with.
Oh yeah, if you're talking about this LP, I mean, not LP, this is not LP, this stream. It should be one video. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be.
Oh, and one more favor. I'm fighting a foe much greater than my sons could ever have imagined. At some point in the future, I may find it necessary to request your assistance.
I have pretty decent internet. I have no idea how long it'll take to upload
Till that point, you're
this
free to
video,
enjoy
but
the exploration from my library on Myst. And thank you again.
let's see. My 5-minute test video was, I think I determined it was like one. It was gonna end up being, it multiplied out to like one, like a gigabyte, maybe. Like pessimistically, it'd be like 1.2 gigabytes per hour. So this would be like an 8 or 9 gigabyte video. However long that would upload at 10 megabits per second. I guess you can figure that out. I don't know. What? Oh. Yeah, we've already seen this. So can I skip it? Yes, I can. Okay. So what do I do now? Or maybe I wasn't supposed to skip it. Did I kill the egg by skipping that? Go back to Myst. Okay, I mean, I didn't know, you know, maybe it was here. Too long, good to know, shady. I don't know what that means. Are you killing me? What? Okay, go behind the clock tower. You can go behind it? I thought I tried that. Maybe I didn't try hard enough. How do I go behind the clock tower? Oh, it'll let you slip through here. Oh, that's interesting. Look what I found. Oh, now I can play the old games.
Welcome to my hydrant. Could I interest you in a hot cup of tea? Welcome to my hydrant.
Okay.
Could I interest you in a hot cup of tea?
Okay, I assume that's the only thing here. I mean, unless there's like a bunch of good places to click on or something, and then I'll do it. But, Whoa. 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 Okay. Yeah, is that the only thing, or? Okay. Oh, you can walk around and what?
Welcome to my hydrant. Could I interest you in a hot cup of tea?
Oh, there we go. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's like the old Max. Okay, I see. I get it. This is fun. I enjoy this. Probably don't want to see the other eggs through this filter. But gotta do this. Okay, so apparently the next one is over by the spaceship, or in the spaceship. Oh, good idea. Okay, so I'm gonna save this. Which one? I really do have to overwrite one of these, huh? I don't want to. I guess I'll overwrite this last one because I didn't really. I don't know. Oh, this one right here. I don't need this one. Oh yeah, I'm stupid. Oop! Oh my god! I just killed the game. Okay, there it is. Never mind. I'm thinking that I'm not thinking in terms of this being a new game. I'm thinking of this being my old game. And I've been playing for 7 hours and 5 minutes, something like that. My brain is telling me, go outside, eat some food, you know, do something else. It's tired of Myst. Okay, so hold on, okay, so yeah, we talked about that, about not seeing your reflection in the spaceship. That's the way all the Myst games work. You're just invisible. Somehow the other characters see you though. Okay, so there's two things in here. Two things. Inside here, you're saying? Okay, I see this. I see a Cosmic Osmo.
Hello, alien. Welcome to planet, whatever. My name is Osmo.
Alright. But I don't want to go out there in this mode. Yet. I mean, hold on. I'm going to turn this off. I want to be able to see. Okay, so there's another thing in here somewhere. Oh, we got fuzzy dice! We got fuzzy dice. Or maybe they're not that fuzzy, I don't know. I doubt we can do anything with fuzzy dice. We don't need to do that. But now I want to wander around in Osmo mode.
Hello, alien. Welcome to planet, whatever. My name is Osmo.
Alright, we're going to look around in Osmo mode, which is really just a black and white filter here. It's not really our grayscale, whatever it's called. Which means that you're actually stuck in Osmo mode, right? Until you... Because you would have to go all the way around. Unless this version allows you to open the spaceship again. But I don't think it does. Wait, I guess I didn't test it before. But yeah. So yeah, we're stuck in Osmo mode. What do you think? Last one's in the music box in mechanical. Okay, so I guess we'll do this and load. What? What? Why? It stays. We're still in Osmo mode, so I gotta go fix that. Okay, now we're not in Osmo mode anymore. Load this. Wow, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, here we go. Gotta go this way. Okay. So is this something I should be able to just notice on my own, or is this something that would have to be, like, pointed out to me? I hope it's something I can just find, because I don't know, it's more fun. Okay, so it's not just that. Am I supposed to do something with this other than just whatever, do that again? Oh, that's what you guys were talking about, right? About... Oh. But you guys were talking about the snake box is what I thought you guys were talking about. Okay. I approve of this. I approve of this egg. That, yes. Okay. Once I recognized what you were talking about, because everybody got derailed and started talking about the snake thing, and then I got distracted myself. And so have we definitively decided there is no actual sun on this age? Oh, I didn't actually click the disc. But I still have that question though. Is there no sun on that age, on this age? Because I never see it anywhere. What is wrong with the game? Ha! Why? This is teasing and torturing me. Oh god, this is not what I remember from the original. It wasn't that... the colors weren't this bad, were they? It looked like the original disc, but... it wasn't this bad, was it? No, there was no sun on RealMyst. There really wasn't. I remember looking around RealMyst and saying, there's no sun here. And then I looked around here and I was like, wow, there's still no sun. Okay, so I'm hearing something about winding up the bird for a long time. I don't know if that you're telling me something that's... Is this you just want to see the bird, right? That's what I'm assuming. Oh my goodness, what just happened? Did I break it? I wound it up too far. Nice. Okay, so you weren't kidding. Going to classic mode? Yeah, I guess might as well. Where is that? It's here. Classic Myst. It's still not. It's still gonna be, you know. It's still gonna be all real misty. Okay. Now okay, hold on. Does this bird thing that doesn't have anything to do with anything, right? That's just that had nothing to do with this other egg, right? That was just a thing, because it makes sense that it would. Yeah, we're wrapping this up in probably like 3 minutes here. Yeah. It didn't... Well, I guess he's gone now, so... well, I have no idea. But, the broken wind-up toy, that doesn't only breaks. I mean, that does that break in general, or is that something that has to do with this? Still in classic Myst. Oh, that's probably... Yeah, that's what I thought. The wind-up toy has to do with the fact that if you wind up a wind-up toy too much, it's going to break. I mean, it's just what they're going to do. Okay. Okay. I actually think that's all we have. I mean, unless you have anything else? No, that's not me. That was that music going in the that was the game. That do. Yeah, that was the music box. But yeah, I think we're done. Unless anyone has anything else that they want to see, I'm gonna be signing off. And by golly, I am ready to. I've been doing this for a very, very long time. Going once. Going twice. Shameless plugs. Of what? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I don't know. I don't have anything more to say other than, I guess, I'm gonna put this in. No, wait, that was it. I went past it again. I'm gonna go here. I don't know why I'm going back to Myst Island. But yeah, I don't know when my next stream will be or what it'll be. It's all just I'm just all kind of going off the cuff here. And whoa. But yeah, I should have this up soon, and so people can catch up with. They'll be able to see me, but you guys won't be able to see the chat, of course. So I think that anyone who did not join me today really missed out on some fun times, regardless. But yeah, so because I did this in one stream, I thought I was gonna do it. I thought it was gonna take two. But since I did it all in one go, I guess I have no idea what or when my next stream will be. I thank you for your attention, your support, and your compliments. And I guess I will see you next time. If I can figure out how to turn this off. Okay, there's a button.